There's been times that I've thought I wouldn't last for long. But now I know that I'm able to carry on. It's been a long it's really been a long fucking time coming. But I know a change is going to come. Oh, yes, it will. Hit the music, Ray.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring, we invested in. Nubian kings and queens, we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends, family, fans, and of course, our dear POSTmarks. Happy New Year. I do believe this is the latest recorded time that anybody has wished anybody a Happy New Year in any New Year in the history of New Year's, but be that as it may, Happy New Year from your titans of tardiness, your legends of being late, your czars of CPT, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates. Thank you so much for joining us if you are joining us live, and shout out to those watching or listening in the future. I am one of your hosts, the Godfather Nate Milton, 10 years in the game, over 10 years in the game. Why am I shortchanging myself? Over 10 years in the game. Ain't a damn thing changed, ladies and gentlemen. And I am joined by the advocates. First up, ladies and gentlemen, this brother is a survivor coming to us from Cali, man. Prayers up for all of our brothers and sisters, man, soldiers out there in LA. This brother is the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. Some people call him Moderna Chris. Some people call him Mimosa Chris. He is the angry intellectual, but more than that, he is my co-host, my brother, and my friend. Y'all give it up for Chris from LA, a.k.a. the Professor, Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What's up, Nate? Thank you for that introduction and highlighting what's going on here in SoCal, in Pasadena. As you know, and some of our listeners might know, I'm right in the heart of where those fires were at. They missed us by a few blocks, right? So but I do know people personally who have lost their homes, who are relocating, and it's sad at the moment, but we're doing the best we can. If you guys want to know where to, I don't usually direct people to my Facebook page, but if you Google me and want to donate to any of the links on my Facebook page, these people need your help. So it's there for you, right? And thank you to those who've already donated and given back. I'm good. Me and my wife are good, but people need you, and just make sure you are giving back if you can. And thanks again, Nate, for that intro.
Absolutely, brother. Again, shout out to everybody out there in LA that's going through a real tough time. And again, this is in times of struggle, in times of crisis like this is what we need to be coming together versus being pulled apart. So yeah, if y'all have it to send a donation or anything like that, man, you can check out Chris's page, check out other resources, because this is when we got to stand up for our fellow Americans. And speaking of an American, Chris, there may be nobody in this show that is more American than this next brother that's coming to the stage, because not only is he a talented and hardworking young brother, not only is he the man that brings you all the news that's fit to read here on Post Wrestling, not only is he the host of Andrew Thompson interviews, but I just learned this today. This is breaking news, Chris. We got a scoop here live on Post Wrestling. He is a minority shareholder. Emphasis on the word minority. For Real American Beer with our boy Terry Bollea on these streets. Y'all give it up for the youngest in charge. He gonna hate me for this intro. The nephew, the Yick, Andrew Thompson. What's good, Neff?
Fuck you. I'm playing. Hey man, the disrespect. We started on 2025 with me being these allegations. That I'm an investor in Real American Beer. And Terry, what? Oh, no, wait, I'm gonna wait till we get the complete puzzle of the NWA podcast. But that man getting booed in LA did something to my soul. I'm telling you, that was the biggest grin that I've had on my face for the last couple of months. I swear to God, the biggest smile showing all 32 teeth. I'm telling you, the biggest cheese. I was so happy to see it. But yeah, glad to be back on the NWA podcast. Now we going head to head right now, fellas. We going head to head with TNA Genesis, going head to head with the People versus GCW. But you want to know what? The NWA gonna fight back. We always gonna fight back. Let's go.
That's right. Let's go, nephew. And we can't fight back until we got the whole squad assembled. And the final member of the team, y'all know this man. Y'all love this man. He is one of the greatest podcast producers of our time. I think I can say that. Second only to the great Wai Ting. Some people call this man Ray Ting. You know, he's following in the footsteps of his mentor. Even though I don't think Wai knows Ray is his mentee. I think that's something we came up with, and Wai is just like, oh, okay. I didn't know I was mentoring this dude. But y'all give it up for this man. Some people, well, just us, we call him Ray Ting. Some of y'all remember this man as 10-Day Ray, but he off that 10-day contract. He is on the two-way now. He is the Caitlin Clark of producers, aka Caitlin Dark. Give it up for the man himself, two-way Ray Williams. What's good, Ray? Damn, I was talking to your mentor, not you.
I know we look alike, but and yes, I am his
Twin Magic.
Yeah, I'm his protege, his Padawan, whether he knows it or not. But yes, I learned a lot from that brother, so he's been helping me a lot. So yes, always a pleasure, and I'm grateful for another year to be on the team and to help y'all out. But of course, our postmarks who join us are always eager. So let's go ahead.
Here comes the money.
We got money already, Ray?
Already. From,
First Super Chat of 2025. Who we got?
Frequent contributor, brother T. Anthony. Go ahead and tell him that.
Get that damn music up, right?
I'm trying.
We gonna lose the Super Chat money from the Shane McMahon money.
only got so many hands.
Hey,
bring that back up, please, Ray.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Shout out to our good brother T. Anthony, who always showing love. He said it's been a long day and I'm tired, so I will catch up with you guys tomorrow. Just wanted to say Happy New Year to the NWA advocates. Shout out to T. Anthony, man. T. Anthony always showing love.
Go get you some rest, brother.
Yeah, thank you, T. Anthony. Look, trust me, I think we're tired too. So I mean, I'm exhausted, but I appreciate the love.
But you know the great thing about this show, fellas, T. Anthony, man, take a nap, man. Self-care is important, especially in this new year that we have entered. But the good thing is, you take you a nap, brother. I almost guarantee you, brother. By the time you wake up, we still gonna be here.
Yeah,
we still gonna be here, T. Anthony. So get you a good 3-4 hour nap, and then come back and catch the end of the show, my man. But to all of the postmarks that are staying with us and everybody else that is staying with us, if you would like to have your voice heard, there's a couple ways to do it. Number one, hop in the chat. But number two, like our man T. Anthony just did, if you want to cut the line, if you want that VIP status, smash that super chat button, and two-way Ray, the super producer himself, who only has two hands, as we've learned this week, Ray will bring up your super chat and let us know what you are thinking about these topics, because we do have a lot of great stories to get into. We're of course going to talk about the advent of the streaming era with Raw on Netflix and Dynamite on Max. We're going to talk about the partnership, the collaboration between NXT and TNA. We're going to talk about the Royal Rumble. We might have some early predictions in the mix. And then, of course, we alluded to it. We going to go back to that first Raw on Netflix because so many of you have asked us about it. We did a review show on the Kings of Sport that is up right now, but we are going to talk about that first Raw on Netflix and your man, the world's greatest beer salesman, Terry from Florida, Terrence Beauregard Balea on these streets. So y'all stay tuned for that. But Ray, before we get into any of our topics, I did want to take a pause for the cause because tomorrow is a very significant day in American history. Not only is it Martin Luther King Day, where we remember and celebrate and try to emulate the values and ideas that the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Tried to bring to this country. So we got MLK Day. We have a presidential inauguration where we will see the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, a.k.a. 4547. We will see that event take place. But then the third event, Ray, you see this logo on my chest. Been down for that team since 2013. But tomorrow, things change. The Kings of Sport Network is no longer with us. I feel like the Kings of Sport Network is putting on a pink salmon jacket right now. Because the Kings of Sport Network is no longer with us. Starting tomorrow, January 20th, 2025, the Kings of Sport Network is no more. And it will be replaced with the Nefarious Media Network, ladies and gentlemen. So we threw that pink salmon jacket off. We had a quicker death and resurrection than TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. You thought we was gone, but we're back and better than ever. Tomorrow, the Nefarious Media Network launches. It's something that, depending on what metric you use, Ray, we've either been planning this for 3 months or 13 years. Because this is something that has always been in the DNA of the Kings of Sports, something that we've always wanted to do but never really done. And I have some more thoughts about Nefarious, but really quickly, I want to kind of get you guys' input because you are part of this team here at Nefarious alongside Brittany Monet, Jennifer Smith, Steve Willie, and so Chinyere Okafor, and others who will join the team. But Chris, you have been down with the Kings damn near since day one. And so now tomorrow we start a new chapter, my friend, with Nefarious Media launching. What are you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling optimistic. I'm hoping that I'm still getting used to the new socials and all that. I'm gonna be using less of like TikTok and Meta social media. So I'm trying to get used to what's out there, trying to get us noticed on fan base and Blue Sky and just places where people aren't full of shit on. But we're still using, and this isn't to say we're not going to be using the other social medias. It's just I'm trying to get with the new, and if that collective heart attack that everyone had last night when they thought TikTok was going down, if that doesn't teach us anything, it teaches us we need to learn how to use other social medias, right? Maybe even start your own if you can, because it's crazy how many people's lives are tied to things like TikTok and all that. And the minute it start going away, I'm looking at my Facebook page and people are just losing it. I make all my money and blah, blah, blah. And that's not to say TikTok hasn't even been beneficial to even us here. I got a lot of followers from that. And a lot of people who otherwise would not know who I am know me from TikTok. But I think the whole purpose of Nefarious Means is to look to the future and look where we could make an imprint at. Like you were saying earlier, Nate, we want to be, we don't want to tell people, we don't want to sugarcoat things for y'all, but at the same time, we want to tell you what's real and what you can do to combat what's coming down the pike, you know, because sometimes you can't stop the bum rush, but every once in a while you can contain it and you can, you know, make sure you take precautionary measures.
Yep. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, Chris. And I think that's kind of one of the things that we're going to talk about here on Nefarious Media. But also, you know, Ray, what are your thoughts, man? Because you are in the position that maybe some people out there, because we are trying to collaborate with this project and bring in new voices, bring in new thoughts, bring in, you know, people that have a passion for this stuff, man. So again, that's your call out there. This is your Ned Flanders Leftorium kind of moment. If you have started a podcast, but you want a little bit more amplification, if you have always thought that you wanted to start a podcast, but like, I don't know how to do that, man. I don't know the infrastructure. I'm not an infrastructure man, or infrastructure woman, or infrastructure person. I ain't got the infrastructure. I ain't got the answer, Sway. If that's how you thinking about this podcast lifestyle, man, holla at me, Ray, holla at Chris, holla at Nephew, because we are actively looking to collaborate, man, with people that we feel kind of share our spirit. They don't have to agree with us 100% on everything, but, and I just came up with this earlier tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the tenets of Nefarious Media. I call them the 3 T's, and not that group from the 90s, Chris. You know, me, you and me showing our age, the Jackson's nephews. But the 3 T's, man, Ray, we want to be thoughtful with our conversation, with our shows, with our dialogue. We want to be truthful with the conversation, the shows, and the dialogue, but we also want to get turned with the conversations, the shows, and the dialogue, because there's fun to be had in this world, man. There's joy to be found in this world. So Ray Williams, as the producer of this enterprise, if you will, what are you thinking as we are less than 24 hours away from the launch of Nefarious Media, brother?
Well, I'm very excited to see what the future holds and to see just other folks that we could collaborate with. I know you mentioned it earlier about it doesn't have to be, you don't have to kind of agree exactly with our thoughts and opinions and everything, but just as long, and we've been preaching this over and over, just as long as you're coming to it with a good attitude and in good faith and just offering like your difference in opinion in that way, and we can discuss it civilly, and we can still have very mindful and thoughtful conversations. I think you would be a real asset to the squad. So please don't hesitate to reaching out to any one of us here, but also be willing to put in the work if you haven't done it before, and be willing to and open to learn. Just like I was, there was a similar call to action that Brother Nate had given within one of the podcasts on the Kings of Sport, formerly known as the Kings of Sport Network before. And I had a little bit of experience, and I know we mentioned this during episode 0, which will be dropping tomorrow, that during the pandemic there were some times that I had just to kind of express my creativity and to learn different things about streaming and production in that aspect. And so I figured I'd go ahead and offer my services in that particular aspect. And here we are just about 1.5 years, 2 years later. So if you go ahead, be willing to put in the work, you out there could be just like me.
You too can be Ray Williams.
Right here with the big dogs, stomping with the big dogs.
If that ain't a sales pitch, ladies and gentlemen, you can be the next two-way Ray on these streets, the next Ray Saber Jr. out here on these streets, ladies and gentlemen. You could be just like your man Ray Williams. But nephew, again, man, obviously when we started collaborating on this and thinking about this and wanting to shift into this direction with Nefarious Media, you were obviously always in the plans to be on board with this, man, not only with Andrew Thompson interviews, but some other stuff that, we've been talking about and kind of sprinkling breadcrumbs about, man. But I'm excited for this. And again, like having your voice with us, I feel is something that is very valuable, very useful, very necessary. So what are your thoughts, man, as we go into this new journey tomorrow, brother?
Man, I'm just excited to be a part of the plans. Happy to be included. I'm just happy. What's that infamous saying? You just happy to be here. I'm definitely proud of what, because like I think that, like, 'cause I remember the first time I ever appeared on Kings of Sport was that, I think it was like November 2019, when it was you, Chris, and I, and we had that infamous conversation about Hulk Hogan's, his racist slander. Like, and Chris had made that point about I think it was Nate said something about like the refractory period or something.
Yeah,
that is like one of the funniest clips. I have that thing saved on my phone. But in all seriousness, like I think that would like, I tend to pop in and out, and I always have the luxury and the thing. Credit to you guys for always giving me the open door to come through Kings of Sport, or now known as Nefarious Media. So I get to like sort of pop in and out and mix in, when I'm not busy with my post stuff or just real life stuff. So I want to make sure to shout out the real, the backbones and the people that's carrying the workloads like you three. And I'm just grateful to be a part of. I'm always happy to, have that open door, man. And I'm excited to see what everybody does. And I'm definitely going to be tapped in more, man, being a part of things more. And I'm excited to see what everybody does. And I know it's not just, one thing that I always enjoyed about Kings of Sport is not just, and you sort of get a glimpse of that on here on NWA, but like it's more than just the pro wrestling conversation. Like, you're talking about real life, things that are happening. It's like deep conversation about it, and insightful conversation about it, factual information being, pushed out to you. So, and then it's not just the people that you see on the screen right now. Like Nate mentioned, a number of individuals who are going to be affiliated with Nefarious Media, and then there's going to be people who probably haven't even been announced yet. And like how Ray said, I think you brought up a great point about how we're always open to collaborating with different individuals. And I think that's going to be the most exciting part about it, is when we start to have those conversations with people who don't necessarily agree or align with the things that we align with, but as long as we can do it in a respectful manner, I think that will always, drive a great conversation forward. So I'm excited to see what's to come, man. 2025 should be hopefully it'll be, but we'll have somewhat of a decent year this year, man. I'm hoping. I'm excited to see what everybody does. Not only just with Nefarious Media, but I'm excited to see what all three of you guys do and everybody else affiliated does, just in projects in general, man. So yeah, like I said right there on the screen, January 20th, 2025, episode 0, I believe. That is actually a beautiful way to put that title. I like episode 0 more than episode 1. So yeah, we're gonna see, man. I'm excited to be a part of it. So Nefarious Media, January 20th, y'all.
Absolutely. Yes, Cero Miedo. And we will talk about that man Penta here later on in the episode. But my last thing on Nefarious, because again, like Andrew was saying, man, we're all excited about this. This is a leap of faith. I've always used the language whenever I've been posting about this the last few weeks, that this team is going to win. When I say the team, I mean everybody that you see on the screen, everybody that you've heard on this episode, plus people like Steve Willie, Brittany Monet, Chinyere Okafor, others, man, Jennifer Smith. Like we've got a good foundation, a good team, and we're looking forward to collaborating with others. But I've always said we're going to win in whatever form winning takes for us.
Right.
And words are important, Chris. Words are powerful. So I try to be intentional with my words. So again, whatever form winning takes for us, I think we will achieve, because I believe in the people here. I believe in, kind of what we stand for as a network, and I believe in the talent, man. Again, Mark Bernardin is one of my favorite podcasters, great writer, co-host of Fat Man Beyond with Kevin Smith. And one of Mark Bernardin's favorite sayings is, be humble, but let a motherfucker know. And that is something that has stuck with me since the first time I heard it, because it applies to so many different walks of life. Like, whatever your passion is, like, you don't have to go around telling everybody you the best, or that hey, I'm so great, or I'm better than these people. Right. You don't have to do that. But Ray, when the mic turns on for me, whatever the mic is in your life, whatever turns on for you, that your passion is engaged and ignited, I'm a bad motherfucker on this microphone, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
I just want y'all to know that. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. I'm not saying I'm the greatest. But when these microphones come on and these lights go on and that StreamYard starts a streaming, it's like Johnny Gill said on the New Edition story, ain't been a microphone made that I can't turn out. Be humble, but let a motherfucker know. And so the final thing I will say as we move on from this launch of Nefarious Media to the Graps, because I know y'all ready for the Graps talk. The final thing I will say is this is something I'm extremely excited about, man, because I have finally gotten, like, I was Shawn Michaels. I'd lost my smile for about 2-3 years, Ray Williams, coming out the pandemic, because the pandemic was such, yes, it was obviously a time of upheaval, a time of uncertainty, a very hard time for everybody, man. The economy was in the tank. People died. I lost loved ones. I lost one of my best friends due to COVID-19. But the thing about life, man, it's never one thing. So we had all of that terrible, horrible stuff going on. But there was such freedom for those that, you know, tapped into a creative side of themselves, because we weren't tied to a job for 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And there was so much collaboration. You know, that was kind of when we first came to Post Wrestling. That was kind of when, you know, we started working with Phil and Reg and the cats at Grapsity, and we started having that collaboration. Rich Fan became more of a prominent part of the NWA podcast because we had time to collaborate with our friends and colleagues, man. And so I want to get back to that feeling without having the world have to come to a standstill, because, again, I have not felt the joy for podcasting in about 2-3 years because the job has demanded so much out of me. So much, in fact, you know, and the fellas know, like, I had to go to the hospital about a week ago, just out of dehydration, because I worked 60 hours a week and then I'm doing the podcast stuff. And there was no time for Nate to take care of Nate. Right. So that is something that I am going to be looking to do more in 2025. I got to take care of myself, man. I got to take care of myself. And so part of that is Nefarious is not the Nate Milton show. It ain't David Ruffin and the Temptations. Nefarious is us. And Nefarious is you, for those that will eventually end up collaborating with us, man. This is a team. This is a family. This is a network. And we are going to have some fun with this. We're going to talk about some real life issues. We're going to talk about a lot of different stuff: entertainment, sports, politics, pro wrestling, pop culture. We might even have, like, I so badly want y'all to see the Ray Williams video game show, because this man Ray loved talking about some damn classic video games. And I want the Ray Williams video game show to come out to the screen. Come out to your ears and your eyeballs, man. I want that to be something that occurs under the banner of Nefarious Media. But like I said, man, I have not felt the joy in 3 years. Yes, I've been happy, because how can you not be happy doing a show with Chris and Ray and the nephew? But happiness and joy are two different things to me. Happiness is something that is conditional. Joy is something that is from within, and you can't fake it. But now it's the craziest thing in the world, because, again, they should have let me quiet. They should have let me be, Ray. What's the old saying? Let sleeping dogs lie. I was happy, not happy, but I was content. I had made my peace for the last 2-3 years. Like, this is my life, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna do the things I love with my friends, but there will be no internal joy because I'm so exhausted, man. Because I'm so tapped out from what's going on in life. But on that day in November, when the election happened, and hey, vote for who you want to. I don't give a damn. But the elections do have consequences. And the day I talked to my niece and the disillusionment in her voice, it's like, nah, player. You've been on the sidelines too long. You got a voice. Your friends have a voice. Your team has a voice. And you have not been using it to its maximum extent. You've not been using it to the full capabilities of your abilities. And so, yeah, I'm active. John Wick, what that man John Wick say, Chris? Everybody asking if I'm back. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that I'm back. And so this is something that is going to be a labor of love. It ain't all going to be sunshines and rainbows. There's going to be some hard times. But I believe in my team. I believe in the talent here, and I believe in what we're trying to speak in terms of values and what we believe in, man, to the world. So Nefarious Media launches tomorrow, 7 o'clock in the morning, maybe 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock. Episode 0 will be live, kind of a primer for Nefarious Media. And then later that day, and I believe 3, maybe 4 Eastern, Ray Williams, myself, Steve Willie, and Brittany Monet will be going live with an edition of The Parlay, which is one of my favorite new shows that we kind of come up with here in the last little bit. So if you would like to help support us, man, I know y'all out here like, damn, Nate, you done talked a lot. Like we rock with you, OG, but you done talked a lot about this damn Nefarious, man. Can we get to the graps? And I agree with you. Let's get to the graps. But before we get to the graps, one last thing, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. Right now, for $2.50, less than half the cost of a biggie bag, nephew, for $2.50, you can subscribe to the Patreon. We have cut it in half as a way to kind of get y'all hyped for the Nefarious debut. So sign up to the Patreon right now. It's $2.50 for over 300 hours. That's less than $1 an hour for the content you're going to get, audio and video, talking sports, politics, pro wrestling, pop culture, music, MCU reviews. We got a Hamilton live watch that's on there. So there's a lot of stuff from these great, talented folks. Kung Fu Island with myself and Brent Chittenden, where we just watched a bunch of Kung Fu movies and talked about them. That is on the Patreon. $2.50 right now for the month of January. In February, the price goes back up to $5. We ain't taking no pay cuts in February, and you know why. That's all I'm gonna say. And with that, let's go from Nefarious Media to streaming media. First topic on the board. The streaming era has begun. Raw is now on Netflix. Dynamite is on Max. Ladies and gentlemen, we in a new era. Chris Ely, let's go to you first, man.
Right.
What are your thoughts about this new streaming era of pro wrestling that we have now entered, my friend?
I think it's cool. I watched the first episode. Dynamite was the first show I recall that went to streaming. Yep. You know, I'm not gonna get into a fight over who started streaming first. I don't give a fuck. if y'all would have questioned me on that, whatever, I don't care. But Dynamite was the first show that I saw in streaming in January, and I thought it should have been a better show. It wasn't a bad show. It was a good run-of-the-mill episode of Dynamite, but they didn't, you know, you're ushering a streaming era, right? Mm-hmm. You are on more eyeballs are seeing you at the moment. So you want to put on, you want to have the pageantry and all that stuff. And they were first to do it. And they should have, it should have had more pageantry to it, right? The episode was fine. I'm not saying the episode was bad, but WWE, their first episode to go on streaming, I think it was Raw, and the episode wasn't great. The episode, it just wasn't. But the pageantry was there. They made you think this was going to be the most important wrestling show in the history of wrestling shows that you are ever going to watch in your life. Mm-hmm. Like, if you did not watch this episode of Raw on Netflix, it would be like skipping your mom's funeral. It was they made it seem like it was the craziest deal on the planet. So the episode itself wasn't great, but they did treat it like everyone's going to be here. We are going to call all the celebrities we can. We'll call the A-listers. We'll call the B-listers. We call the C-listers. We'll call the past listers like Macaulay Culkin. We're going to bring everything to this show and show you that this is the Netflix era. So say what you want about the show itself, A, B, whatever. They came to play, and people are still talking about it. The people that I know out here that went to the show live they loved it, right? And so a lot of these cats aren't even wrestling fans. They loved it. They enjoyed themselves, right? So what was a mediocre show to maybe myself, Nate, Ray, Andrew, for the people that went there live, they loved it, right? I didn't go to Raw, but I did hang out at the Century Bar after the show went off. and people were still hyped for it, man. It was a good atmosphere to be around. And nobody does it like WWE. I hate to say it, AEW fans, don't get mad at me. Don't come for me. Don't inbox me to hate shit. But WWE does it the best when it comes to stuff like this. And AEW had the chance to, and I think as far as the pageantry goes, it failed miserably. Was the episode good? No. And it brought us my favorite moment of the year, and that was, and probably, I don't know what's gonna beat this, but Hulk Hogan getting booed loudly out of the building. And what I loved about it is it was only him. So you can say, oh, the LA crowd is too woke. Undertaker didn't get booed like that. Triple H, who's taking photos with Dan Bongino and fucking hanging out at Mar-a-Lago, he didn't get booed. Only Hulk Hogan got that level of boos, and I thought it was great. It was music to my ears. I watched it over and over and over again. We had the fires out here in LA the next day, and those were sad. But the one, if you can find any silver lining in this muck that's going on this horrible time, is that Hogan got booed out the fucking building, and it was great. So I say all that to say A+ for the pageantry that WWE showed. For AEW, I give their pageantry, I can't give it, I'm not going to give it an F, but I can't give it an A, maybe a B. It just wasn't the pageantry. The episode was fine when you go back and watch it. It was a decent episode. It's just the pageantry needed to be there, and it wasn't. Sorry for the long answer, but that's just what it is.
On Chris's point about the pomp and circumstance of it all, I definitely think that WWE sort of they had the ups on AEW in that specific category. Like the reason I don't compare those two specific instances is because the show that AEW debuted on the Max show was the Fight for the Fallen show, and it was like I think all the funds they went to the relief for the Hurricane Helene. North Carolina. It was in Asheville. Yeah, Asheville, North Carolina. And I mean that's not a big market at all in any way, shape, or form. So I don't really think that was like the point. I even remember I think it was at the World's End press conference when it was Dax, Tony, Cash, and Cope as he's going down at the press conference. And I remember Dax had brought up, and I think it was the first time anybody said this, that anybody knew that Tony, the original plan for that debut show on Max was not to be in Asheville, North Carolina. Like, it could have been like in the LA or Chicago or anything like that. But, Tony opted to go the route of, doing the benefit show for the Hurricane Helene. People got affected by that. So, I mean, I could let that go considering what it was, what it was for. But on WWE's front, I don't think that was a bad show. I kind of enjoyed it. I did enjoy like the whole, that amplified feeling of that. I'm always a big fan of, those shows that sort of gauge your attention on another level that makes you, like how Chris put it, he said, it make you feel like if you probably choose that show over your mother's funeral or whatever like that. Like, that's hilarious. But I'm looking back at that Raw show. One of the things that I was kind of sort of taken aback by a little bit was the complete shift of like The Rock's presentation.
Let's talk about
what he was gonna do. He came out and dude was like straight white meat baby face. I saw some of the points that people were making when they were like, well, that like this is an introduction. They want the old Rock and X, Y, Z. He may have other projects around and stuff like that. But I don't know, man. What I feel like is that coming out of Mania 40, there was an idea on the table, and I think as we get closer to Mania 41, those ideas got shifted, and like even when we look at 2024. And that lead up to WrestleMania, like it's very evident, and it's been documented that things kind of got changed around, and when people get inserted, when the Rock's involved, people's plans get changed, and then Punk got hurt, and like it shifted a whole bunch of different things, and I think it was just a case of what I believe the case is that the Rock came back with the intention of doing this match with Roman, and then I don't think that Triple H was budging like completely, like in terms of having Cody in the mix. And I think that he ultimately got what he wanted, which was, the Cody, the Stone and Roman. And I think that now we're 4 year away, 4 year past that. Like those plans are just like, But I mean, it's still, we got about three months left, before WrestleMania. So anything can happen or anything like that. And like I'm thinking about like I enjoyed the Punk Rollins main event. I like that. The tribal combat match was, it was. I'm kind of like, the bloodline thing. Like I'm kind of ready for that to sort of, dissipate a little bit. It's and looking at AEW. I mean, this whole thing, like, so like I'm just speaking about like just from what I saw from this past Wednesday, like and even on Saturday at a Collision, like the Death Riders angle is something that I thought would have me more intrigued than I am currently. And it's not that I think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. It's just that when it initially came together, I was like, oh, this is probably going to be something that's going to give AEW like that extra little, you know what I'm saying? Little, especially how they did Danielson and Wrestle Dream. Like I thought that was going to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like I thought this was, I was like, okay, this is about to be like that extra little kicking ass for AEW, and like it. I don't know, man. It's just something about it that's not like hitting for me, and I can't even try to like grasp on like why I feel that way. It's just like that. I don't think I'm like resonating with it at all. But like I can't explain. But like that's like
I can explain it for you. You feel that way. You feel that way because it's not good. It's hard to say because I don't want to say that. I don't want.
Come on, Chris.
Is come on here and just start bashing AEW, but the stuff is not good at the moment. It's with the what's the name of the club again? The Moxley's
Death Riders.
Death Riders. Yeah.
You said Moxley's Motorcycle Club.
It's just not. It's not great, man. It's not like moving you to like tell other people about this show that you need to watch, and that's kind of like my whole issue with it. And I think, and for the as far as them doing their debut show in Asheville, North Carolina, and Nate could attest to this. Nashville is not a big market, but the state of North Carolina for wrestling, whether it's Asheville, Charlotte, Greensboro, all those places, is very, very big for North Carolina. And I think you should have given the city a little bit more than what you gave it. I know it's the fight for the falling, but you should be able to kind of multitask. And, this is your debut episode on Max.
That's a fair point.
It's your debut episode on Max, and just because WWE is doing their show at the Intuit Dome in Inglewood, you guys like, okay, you know what? We're not doing our show from a metropolis city, but we're giving this to Asheville, North Carolina, and we're going to give you guys our best. We're putting our best foot forward, and we're going to give you all a good show. Because I'm like Andrew, I do think the WWE debut on Netflix was good. It wasn't perfect, but I think it was what it needed.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it was what it needed to be, and I wish I could say that about AEW. I wish I could say this Death Rider shit made a lick of sense to me, but it doesn't. It's very fucking stupid. And I hate saying it like that, but
Hey, so the Death Riders thing, like, just to piggyback off your point, Chris, is like, I think my and I don't even think it's an AEW thing. I think this is like my issue as a wrestling fan. Like I notice I have a bad habit of this. Nate, Chris, and Ray is like I always am like one of them people where I can't help but try to think of like the end point. Like and sometimes I think by doing that I ruin it a little bit for myself.
You gotta let it play out, Andrew.
No. You're not doing anything wrong, Andrew. You are thinking this shit needs to be congruent. I expect congruency for my wrestling. You're not a bad guy for thinking that. You are not in the wrong.
Ray, hold on, Ray. Time out, Chris. Time out, Professor. If Chris ever decides, like this is something that will probably never happen, but if one day Chris wakes up and has this itch, Ray, and it's like, you know what? I want to be a wrestling manager. His faction, his stable will be called the Congruency. All of their storylines will make sense. There will be logic behind their character choices. The script will be proofread and checked twice and thrice over because the congruency is here.
I think more than probably any other show on the net, we give AEW the benefit of the doubt more than anyone else. I think maybe the Grapsody guys give it more. I don't know, but I think we do give AEW the benefit of the doubt time and time again. But I think, like, I'll give you an example, and I don't want to go off on a tangent on this, but the stuff they did with Powerhouse Hobbs on Collision last week was great, and everybody was buzzing about it. I'm listening to like Solid Monster and Wrestling Observer and the Fightful guys, and they're all saying Hobbs, they need to cash in on Hobbs immediately. They got to put the belt on him. These people are bullish on Hobbs, right? Mm-hmm. And then the episode on Wednesday, you were expecting something good. They didn't bury Hobbs, don't get me wrong. They did treat him with the respect that he deserves, but they Pillmanized his leg, and I'm hearing that he was supposed to get up from that, his leg being Pillmanized. That shit was supposed to be on TV where he fought him off after that, and it wasn't on TV, you know? And it's stuff like that is going to make them lose the benefit of the doubt from people, right? And I don't like seeing Andrew over here second guessing himself for shit that you should expect quality. All of us should. We should expect quality from our wrestling programs, and they should be delivering it, man. And at the bare bones basics, give us stars we care about and give us factions and stuff we care about. And I have seen no evidence that anybody cares about this Death Rider shit.
And that's the bottom line. For the Congruency has spoken. Real quick on the Death Rider's nephew, I think there's a couple things. So I'm kind of hot and cold with the Death Riders because they're telling a long-term story. Mm-hmm. And part of the trick to telling a long-term story is the milestones along the way have to intrigue me enough to keep going on this journey with you. And so, like, obviously, we all love Powerhouse Hobbs, man. Like, that dude has been a beast for a minute, and we have wanted to see this brother get his shine. But there's a part of my brain, the congruent part of my brain, shall we say, Chris, that's like, this ain't going nowhere. This brother ain't winning
I
no
know,
title
right?
anytime soon. So why should I get invested when the story and there's ways for Powerhouse Hobbs to not win the title but still come out of this feeling like a main eventer, and they still have a chance to do so. We'll see if they can land that plane. But I think the other thing with the Death Riders is not only is it a long-term story where all roads probably lead to Darby Allin at the end of this road, but you're diluting the effectiveness of the Death Riders. And this goes on to a point that I have been banging against with AEW for a minute, and it's something that I will not give them any grace for. I will not give them the benefit of the doubt for any longer, Chris. And that's all these damn factions, man.
Yeah.
Like having, like, and I know some people out there love Chris Jericho. I love old Y2J2 too as well. But having the learning tree attached to the Death Riders, to me, does nothing for the Death Riders.
Right, yeah.
And it really does nothing for the learning tree. Like, it kind of diminishes the Death Riders because, like, Chris Jericho's a multi-time champion. But at the same time, his stable is not, this isn't, how things were with the Inner Circle. Like, they ain't on that level with this stable, the learning tree. And so that kind of dilutes things. When you talk about the debut, though, obviously, from a production standpoint, WWE killed it night one on Netflix, man, with the drone shots, the different camera angles, the ring setup, Ray. I even saw the lights of the Goodyear blimp, Ray Williams.
Right, yeah.
And it said Dwayne Johnson's a pimp, my brother. and so I feel like when you look at that was the spectacle. That was, even down to the point where, and we talked about this on the Kings of Sport, you had Triple H kind of give his message before the show started, which is basically like, hey, all this stuff is fake, but it's going to be fun, right?
Right, yeah.
And so I think the ideas of both of these debut shows were very different. Like, again, as Andrew was talking to, AEW's premiere on Max, not only was that the Fight for the Fallen, but I also think there is something to simulcasting on network TV as well as doing the streaming, where there may be some restrictions in place where you can't go as all out as you want to, no pun intended, because yes, we want this to be our big splash on Max, but there's still a TV show that we're doing for Turner over here.
Right.
Whereas WWE had no restrictions with Netflix. Like, they could do whatever they want to do. Triple H said they could have a 45-minute show if they wanted to, which ain't gonna never happen. But that is a thing that could happen in this Netflix era. All the celebrities were out. We had Hulk Hogan getting booed. Like, it was a fun night. It was also the kind of night that made me think, Ray, like, if this is the show that hooked you for WWE on Netflix, this is probably not going to be the show you continue watching in the long run.
Exactly.
Because that was a one-off episode. And what we saw this past week on Raw is closer to what I think your typical Netflix era Raw will look like, where we still got a little bit of sizzle, but it's kind of back to, hey, this is a wrestling show at the end of the day. I know we really didn't highlight our boy Gunther Slim Walt on these streets on this first episode of Netflix Raw, but he is the main character, or should be one of the main characters in this show, which he is the champion of. And so, this past week was a fun episode as well. Like, the Penta debut was cool, but it's going to be a learning curve. Like, and I think the ratings are going to get hit these last 2 weeks because we have the NFL playoff game on Monday, and then tomorrow night, January 20th, the day of the debut of Nefarious Media, the national championship game. Hey, don't let them forget, nephew. Be humble, but let a motherfucker know. January 20th is the national championship game between Ohio State and Notre Dame, and that's gonna pull a bunch of eyeballs away from Raw on Netflix. So
I agree.
Also, one complaint about Raw on Netflix, y'all got to chill with these damn commercials.
Yeah, we talked about this
on the streaming site that I'm paying for. Like, I get the ad integration. I get that's how you make your money, but place it a little bit more strategically, please.
Right, yeah. There's no good reason for them to be showing commercials in the middle of a match on Netflix, man. It makes no sense. I understand that when you're on network television. On Netflix, though, you're showing that in the middle of a fucking headlock, saying we'll be back. What the hell is that, man? Like, that is annoying. That is disrespectful on so many levels. I am like really, really, really trying to wrap my head around that logic. They're doing product placements on the wrestling ring, which I praise them for doing it. Hey, I never thought that shit was sacred ground. Anything could get got, if you got to make your money and you got the real estate on the mat to make your money, put the products on the mat. It never made me no sense to me that Vince McMahon was so gung-ho on nothing being on the mat. People loved it and they're like, hey, he's showing. It was stupid. Get your money, Dick Khan. But yeah, man, this is. I'm sure I'll think of some more stuff before the episode this episode is up. But, this is I'm a mixed bag with this shit.
So if y'all don't mind me chiming in, like there's a lot of we did have Raw on Netflix, and we definitely did have AEW starting out on Max, but man, to start out the new year, man, it wasn't just AEW, and I'm bringing this up specifically for our brother Chris. A brother Ray, man. I don't know. I'm gonna try, brother Ray. I'm gonna try to slow drag this out so you guys some time to get on the Google machine and find a picture or something. But Omos is now one.
Shout out to the Homo sapiens. Shout out to the Homo sapiens, Chris.
Hey, Nate. I was covering this show live for Post, man, and I saw Omos and Jack Morris get the titles. I don't know if y'all had the opportunity to see the match or get to see clips, but hey, let me tell y'all something, bro. The way, like, I'm being also, like, I know we be joking about Chris with Omos and all that stuff, but like, in all seriousness, the way that Pro Wrestling Noah presented Omos, it was like they made him feel like a big deal. Like, it wasn't like, oh, here's just this random guy from WWE, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, they treated him like he was like a little whatever the second thing that's underneath spectacle, that's how they treated him. Whatever that is, like right underneath that's how they.
He's an attraction.
I don't want to go full spectacle. Nate, they came out. They made him look like a big deal. Like he got the pinfall over fucking Marufuji. You know what I'm saying? Like he clean pin. And then he's aligned with the Team 2000 faction, and Omos was in the ring at the end of the show at I'm blanking on his name right now, but had just won the GHC Heavyweight Championship. And like, dude, it was like kind of cool to see Omos in that spot, because he hadn't. I think the last time he had wrestled on television was the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, and that was like in April 2024. You know what I'm saying? And to see him back. And I think it works better because, him being in Pro Wrestling Noah, I think how Giants have well, he is a fuck. I don't know why I did the quote unquote. He is a fucking giant. Like how the Giants are treated, like how Giants are treated in Japan. Like Omos, like how they said, is treated like a spectacle. And he's still wrestling and I think this man has wrestled on television. Has wrestled in Pro Wrestling Noah now like more times than he wrestled for WWE last year, like on television. Like and he's wrestling. Like I think he wrestled today for Pro Wrestling Noah, like as we're recording this. So and I don't know how long. I'm assuming he's gonna be in Japan for a while, because like what I'm saying, he's holding the tag titles. I don't really see him going back and forth between the US and Japan. But Nate, I wanted to ask you first, like, because I know we've all discussed, like what could we be doing different with Omos? Like what could they? Like what storylines could you put him in? How can we get him on TV? Like X, Y, and Z, 1, 2, 3. Like we fantasy booking and all this stuff. I just try to come up with something like how we do with an abundance of different wrestlers, right? But like I feel like Omos being in Japan is like what he needs, but there's also a part of me that feels like he's gonna do all this in Noah. Like just to come back to WWE, and it's gonna be like, oh, like what I'm saying? But that's like a real thing that I'm thinking he's he's having this run right now, and I've only seen I've seen the match when he won the GHC tag titles with Jack Morris, and I've seen like clips and stuff of the other stuff. But like it just feels like Omos is developing a presence outside of him. Just his size, like his size is the presence, but I feel like he's starting to like come into his own a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can see like the confidence and like he's not like second guessing himself and shit like that. Like and I'm like Nate, I just kind of wonder, like somebody who's been a long-term wrestling fan, like what do you how would you go about from WWE's perspective of parlaying this momentum that he's having from Pro Wrestling Noah and bringing that back to television and not going with we all probably think it's going to happen when this dude comes back to WWE and then it's just like tits up. You know what I'm saying? It's like whatever.
First off, Andrew, obviously, yes, as you mentioned, I've been a wrestling fan for a long time. Something else I've been for a long time, Ray Williams, is a card-carrying member of the Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, stand up. This is Homo sapiens rejoice. There it is, Ray Williams. Rejoice is the proper word for this occasion, man, because Omos is somebody, again, who I have been a fan of, man. Like, obviously, we know Omos has limitations as a professional wrestler. And my thing has always been, it is your job, and I'm particularly looking at you, Triple H, the man that stood out in front of that first Raw on Netflix and told me all of this was a wonderful fantasy story filled with exciting characters and twists and turns and dramatics and irony and all sorts of reveals and plot twists. If you're writing all these damn stories, you telling me that there is no room in your stories for somebody that has the physical capabilities of Omos. Like, yes, he's not AJ Styles or Ricochet or Cody Rhodes bell to bell. Right. But what Omos brings is something that you literally cannot teach. You cannot teach. You could spend all your life, Ray Williams, trying to teach me how to be 7'3". After 20 years, I'm still going to be 5'7" on a good day, brother. And so it's like there's certain aspects and attributes that Omos brings to the table that you can't teach. And so this is wrestling, man. That's what I've always said. Like, if you can make a gentleman who is supposed to be a dead zombie turn him from a character that should have zero credibility into one of your company's greatest performers in the history of the brand, then you can find something. Like, again, Omos does not have to be a main eventer. Omos does not have to be headlining WrestleMania night 1 or night 2. But I think there is some more mileage out of Omos that you could get in the WWE. I'm so happy that the brother's getting to experience this in Pro Wrestling Noah, man. And again, like you said, Andrew, he's an attraction. He's an attraction everywhere he goes because of how big he is, but especially in Japan, a country that has shown love to giants over the years. Omos is somebody who I think is getting the flowers that he deserves right now. When he comes back, because he will come back, I think you do have to, like, again, you don't have to strap the rocket to his back and take him to the moon. But there's spots on this card, man. Right. There's spots on this card. Like I'm looking at and just because they're giants as well, the Braun Strowman or Bronson Reed tier of performer on these shows. Like, Omos could fit into one of those tiers. I'm just writing this story off the top of my head, Triple H. I'm not a professional paid writer like you are, sir. But just off the top of my head, we have a tag team that could maybe use some muscle. That is a newly turned tag team. That needs some muscle to fight off the haters. We talking about the New Day. Yes, a New Day. Yes, it is. I can see. Like, here's the thing. I don't have all the dots connected. I don't have all the congruency here that Chris so rightly deserves and desires. I ain't got all that because I just came up with this damn storyline right now in my head. But there's a way that you could work Omos into the New Day storyline, to me, that could feel organic and authentic. Like Kofi, like, hey, dog, all these haters out here, man, we need somebody to watch our back. Woods is like, oh, we going to get Odyssey Jones again? Nah, man, I got a bigger O. I'm going back to the motherland, going back to speak to one of my countrymen. And he brings in Omos, fresh off of his run in Pro Wrestling Noah, too. Like, I just came up with that story in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a trained writer. I'm not a professional. I don't have no credits with SAG or AFTRA, none of those type of people. I do have an ASCAP card, like, somewhere in my room because I used to be a songwriter once upon a time. That's a story for another day that you might hear on the Nefarious Media Network. But I think Omos Ray is somebody who you can find things for this dude, man.
Right.
Chris, I know, families disagree sometimes. You ain't always been where I am on this man Omos on these streets. But Chris, even you, my dear professor, have to be happy for this brother having success. That's how you say it in English. Having success in Japan.
I had to say, Chris had typed.
And was Chris so offended that he left?
Yeah,
Chris is so offended at Omos getting love that he left. Chris, I know you got beef with the big man, but it's a new year, it's a new day, man. Come on, Chris.
Chris heard Omos getting mentioned.
Chris heard Omos is like, Alexa, shut off the stream.
No, I'm back now. I had to go to take care of something.
Had to go
I
to
heard
the loo.
everything you were saying, yeah.
But so Chris, Omos, obviously, all jokes aside, like he's somebody that, like, fairly, I would say, you have criticized his in-ring work. But do even you, as an Omos doubter, feel that this Pro Wrestling Noah run can be good for Omos, and maybe they can find some use for him when he transitions back to the WWE proper?
Right, yeah, I think so. Like my whole thing with all the wrestlers that I've kind of bagged on this show, like Sol Ruka, Lash Legend, Omos, it's not, I don't like them as wrestlers. I just think that they needed reps under their belt.
Yeah. What about Jack Perry? You got some love for Jack Perry now?
I don't have any love for Jack Perry. Love is too strong of a word. He's there. I think he's serviceable. As far as Omos is concerned, I think that being in Noah, gives him the international exposure. It gives him in front of a different audience. What I hope comes from this, I mean, Omos is, just because of his sheer size, and he's gonna be limited. He's never gonna be like a fluid mover in the ring. So, and I hope he's not asked to do that, but hopefully the stuff that he is good at, it could flourish in Noah, and he could contribute positively to the WWE program. He is a specimen. Like when you see him in person, it's definitely otherworldly. And I think that if he learns the right ways and not too much is asked of him, and his strengths are highlighted, he should be fine.
Ray, well, what you got to say about this good brother Omos?
Well, Andrew, are you going to jump in with something?
Oh no, you go ahead, Ray.
Well, I like you guys already echoed. I think this is great for him in his development. And we've mentioned on this podcast before that Triple H is pretty high on Omos ever since bringing him over. And I think if it was something else, if Triple H didn't care about a particular talent, then he probably kind of like drown him on NXT and never think of him again. Cedric Alexander. But I think I think that he does still see something in Omos, and I think this is a good time. This is a good time, especially just with WWE branching out to different promotions. Foreshadowing. I think them reaching out with their connection.
Hold on, Ray Williams. Hold on, Ray Williams. Let's go ahead and put this out into the universe right now. This man Omos not only will hold gold in Pro Wrestling Noah, I'm calling it right now. This is not a prediction. It's a damn spoiler, ladies and gentlemen. Omos will be your new TNA World Heavyweight Champion at some point in 2025. Shout out to the Homo sapiens. We gonna make an impact.
Stop.
I said it, nephew. I called it, brother. If Tessa can come back, Omos can come in.
Write it down. Yo.
Hey, man.
Hey, hold on. Let me say this. We are going to bookmark that And then come December 2025, we gonna come back to Nate's point, and I swear on everything, if Omos is the TNA World Champ at 2020.
Chris, is that a crazy thing to
No,
say,
I
Chris?
don't think that's far fetched of a prediction at all. I can see that happening as well. TNA is WWE is iceberg slim in this relationship, and TNA is one of his women. Okay, and if the protocol calls for Omos to get over and they want to put the TNA world title on him, and enough of the higher ups in WWE want to do that, I can totally see that happening. I really can. I'm not predicting it the way Nate is, but it's yeah, I don't think that's not an otherworldly prediction.
Like you're not saying it's out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that. I'm saying it's in the realm of possibility to be more boisterous with this. I think it is very much in the realm of possibility. I don't know if WWE is going to do this, but it is in the realm of possibility.
Remember where you heard it first, ladies and gentlemen. The Nubian Wrestling Advocates on Post Wrestling. When, not if, but when that man Omos holds up the TNA World Championship, just remember, Nate and the Homo sapiens told you first. But I think, Ray, go ahead, nephew.
I was about to say, Nate, before we kick it back over to you, I wanted to mention real quick, wanted to make sure I brought this up because I didn't want to forget. We also had WrestleDynasty as well, where Mercedes Moné became 4 belts. Miss 4 belts herself. Now has the Rev Pro Undisputed British Women's Championship, and I think she had a great match with Mina Shirakawa at WrestleDynasty. I really enjoyed I thought this was like focusing on the leg. That was like a majority of the story, and like I thought her and Mina did like a great job. Really enjoyed that. And also probably my favorite, not probably, but my damn sure favorite match of that whole. I would say like the first 6 days of wrestling in January, Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd. Let me say this real quick, right? When Kenny Omega is locked in, I legitimately believe that there are very few, and when I say few, I mean probably 3 or 4 or maybe even 2 people, like whatever range, like 1 to 4, whatever number you want to use, right? There are very few people who are better big match wrestlers than Omega. Like he came out against Gabe Kidd, and first of all, the story of like even the crowd at the Tokyo Dome siding with Gabe over Omega at points and throwing boos at Kenny and throwing cheers at Gabe because Gabe is full New Japan. He had the New Japan logo on his trunks. Fucking Tanahashi was crying after the match. He was crying. This grown ass man, the president of New Japan, was shedding tears at the end of this match. Tanahashi had the straightest face after Zack Sabre Jr. versus Shota Umino the night before at Wrestle Kingdom. He had the straightest face I've ever seen in my life. He looked like a concerned parent. That's what Tanahashi looked like. And then the transition to the next night where this man is like in literal tears at what Omega and Gabe Kidd did. And that shit was just an excellent story. Like I genuinely enjoyed that match. Like that's already, we 19 days into January. Most definitely my favorite match of the year so far, and we got 11 more months to go of wrestling. So I just wanted to mention those couple matches. The Young Bucks IWGP Tag Team Champions again. That's probably the first time where I felt like there was like some semblance of like the old Young Bucks that I enjoyed. Like I was fully expecting them to like do some like, you know what I'm saying, the whole like EVP, like I mean they were doing that, but I mean like more so showing that through their in-ring work. Now, man, the Bucks they look like the Bucks of old, and I really enjoyed that. So yeah, I just wanted to mention those couple matches to Cash is a fucking beast. We had Willow Nightingale on the show and on the pre-show with Athena as well. In that Women's International Cup 4-way. So I just wanted to mention Wrestle Kingdom and WrestleDynasty as well before we get back to the next topic, brother Nate.
No problem, brother. But yes, I think if you haven't seen those matches, definitely check them out. But Chris gave us a perfect on-ramp, Ray. Again, this is a big night for wrestling. Obviously, shout out to GCW. They got a show going on. And TNA, my former #1 promotion before Dixie Carter and Vince Russo ruined that relationship for me. And it took a while for me to embrace them back. And now they're in a position where they can't never get back to that top spot in my heart, especially with WOW out here on these streets, ladies and gentlemen. WOW, Women of Wrestling. Salute to David McClain and them. But TNA Genesis popping off. And I think that's a good entryway to talk about the news that we got this past week, where we have an official public collaboration announced between NXT and TNA Wrestling. And I think it's interesting. I want to get everybody's thoughts before I give mine. But Chris, when you first heard this news, what were your initial thoughts about this collab, this partnership, this union between TNA and WWE, namely NXT?
Yeah, it's a lot of different thoughts that run through my head when I hear about this kind of collaboration. I am glad TNA still exists, but I think this just kind of goes to show that they have accepted their role as a feeder company to one of the big two. They had that brief partnership with AEW a few years ago that I don't want to say they didn't benefit from it at all, but they barely benefited from it. And I see a lot of more of the same with the WWE. I think, that it'll get some of their guys exposure, but just looking at the history of the McMahons and Triple H, when they get these outside companies, when they get a hold of these markets and what becomes of those markets after they get a hold of them, it doesn't give me much optimism for TNA. But and I saw the pre-show today. And this, I guess this is a spoiler, but the first sacrificial lamb in this was Ashanti the Adonis, the WWE's resident black guy who's never on TV.
I thought that was Cedric Alexander.
Oh well, okay, him too. They maybe they tie for.
Or we talk about Odyssey Jones.
Odyssey Jones ain't worked there no more, so. So yeah,
I didn't even notice him there when he was working,
right?
Except for those 3 weeks when he was hanging out with Kofi.
Yeah, right.
Odyssey trying to beat the allegations right now.
He's trying to hold on to his livelihood, his life, right? But I just don't. I feel I've never been a fan of Ashanti the Adonis. I never hated him or nothing, but the fact that the first guy that WWE puts on the chopping block is him to lose to Jake something is it to me it's a little telling. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. If I am, just let me know in a super chat or a regular chat. But yeah, I'm glad TNA is gonna be sticking around. The multi-year partnership thing, I don't know how much I believe the multi-year part of that. I believe they're in a partnership. I don't know.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah.
Question for the room. Which partnership lasts longer? TNA and WWE/NXT, or WWE and Real American Beer? Ray Williams, go.
Oh, that's a good one.
NXT TNA, I think it's
Yeah,
last.
You think that's gonna last longer than Real American? What about you, Neff?
Yeah, I say NXT TNA.
Chris?
Yeah. I think the partnership with Real American Beer is already over. So
yeah.
so yeah. So I
Hey.
say Real American. I say TNA just by virtue of that.
Mm.
So this like a quick little spoiler. So anybody who isn't tuned in right now don't want to spoil you. So make sure you go ahead and get up out of here. But so right now it's the TNA World Tag Title match. The Hardys are defending against the Raxels and ringside, and recently just got literally just got involved in the match by accident. Of course, was the current NXT Tag Team Champions Nathan Frazer and Oxium. So it's looking like I don't think it's gonna be too long before we end up seeing the Hardys or Fraxium versus the Rascals. That's there you go. Transferring Heat just mentioned that. So yeah, there you go. You got a little something coming. But like to Chris's point, I mean, I wasn't looking too much into the Ashanti the Adonis thing. I mean, he is on NXT television like on a weekly basis, like doing. But his storyline isn't like anything that like grab you, I guess, like unless you into like the. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like in a semi like relationship thing with Carmen Petrovic, and it's like I'm not really engaged or interested in it, but you know, he's on TV, I guess. But yeah, I think most of they just saving like any big appearances for later in the show, and also I think this is what I think. I think the biggest thing that is going to come from this, like them formally announcing a partnership. I think John Cena is going to be doing the TNA show in 2025. John Cena would do a TNA show in 2025. Like I think that them formally announcing a partnership will like open that door a little bit. And I mean, like, why the fuck not? You know what I'm saying? The dude retiring in December anyway, so you might as well try to let him do everything you can while you got him. So yeah, I think that'll be something that's gonna happen. But I mean, as far as the partnership just in itself, like I think that this will, of course, be like a pipeline for TNA talents to make their way to WWE and maybe sign. But I think from TNA's perspective, it's like more so of a, hey, you don't have to sign there in order to work there now, so you can just kind of stay with us type of thing. So I think that may be what TNA's, it may be inner thoughts like amongst their higher ups, maybe thinking like, hey, you know, our guys and our talents in general, guys and girls, they may have aspirations of working at WWE. Now we got a partnership with them. Now they don't need to leave. Like you can still do WWE stuff. And it said in the partnership that there are going to be NXT talents and TNA talents appearing weekly on television and on pay-per-views and premium live events. So they're going to be on all over each other's stuff. So I think the only people we'll see like make that jump, like I'm talking about like switch contract jumps, is Jordan Grace is. Yeah, Jordan Grace is going to be. I think we all called this late last year around that time when even when Jordan was making her NXT appearances, and it just lined up when we were recording NWA. I know all of us were just like 2025 Royal Rumble year. Jordan Grace is she's going to be in the Rumble as a WWE talent, contracted talent. So yeah, that's more so what I'm thinking. But yeah, man, I think the partnership is. But for right now, I'm going to withdraw my initial thought that it won't be good in terms of like, you know, losing some of your star talents to the company. I'm just going to naturally assume that TNA's logic of agreeing to their half of this is that a lot of people on our roster want to work for WWE, or may have aspirations to work for WWE. We have a partnership, official partnership with them now, so now you don't need to go sign with them. You can just work with us while we do that. So I think it's going to be some decent stuff coming from this. Like I think the obvious thing that's coming is Masha Slamovich defending the title against Cora Jade. Like that'll probably happen at Avengers Day in DC in a couple weeks. So you know, we're gonna see. We definitely gonna get Rascals versus Proxy. I think the Hardys will make their way back to WWE through this.
Yeah.
So
I think what is hilarious about this, nephew, and I do think this is a good partnership for TNA. Even though, like Chris was saying earlier, it is WWE kind of big brother, little brother in TNA. But I do think this is going to be amazing for most of the talent. But the hilarious thing to me is TNA finally in concert with WWE. And Tessa, you still You still ain't gonna get that federation contract, my girl. But I think with this, Chris, one of my favorite stories to tell whenever we talk about collaborations in business, Chris, is the Scorpion and the Frog.
Mm-hmm.
And for anybody that doesn't know the story of the Scorpion and the Frog, long time ago, back when animals talked, back before people were around, there was a scorpion who was walking by the riverbank, and he was like, "Oh, snap, I fell into the river. Hey, Mr. Frog, will you help me cross the river and get back to the shore?" And the frog was like, "But ain't you gonna sting me, dog? Like, that's what y'all do." And the scorpion's like, No, we're partners in this. Just let me hop on your back and we can get to the shore and we both be safe. And the frog is like, "Okay, hop on my back, Mr. Scorpion." Taking the scorpion across the water. Right before they get to the shore, scorpion stings the frog. Frog swells up and dies. And as he's dying, he looks at the scorpion. He's like, "Hey, you said you wasn't going to sting me, brother?" And the scorpion looks down at the frog and is like, "Hey, I'm a scorpion. That's what I do, baby."
Right, yeah.
And scene. Like, that's not the exact Greek transcript, but I just kind of modernized it for today's times.
It's in my nature.
Yes, it's in my nature. I'm a scorpion, baby. I don't know how to do anything else.
Right, yeah.
But I think when you look at this, if this happened 5 or 10 years ago, I think it would be a Scorpion Frog situation where WWE was just using this partnership to plunder and raid TNA under the cover of, "Hey, this is all legal, baby. We working together." But the whole time it's like, hey, as soon as that TNA talent that they really want comes into the building, Triple H or whoever is hitting them with that Tevin Campbell. "Can we talk for a minute so I can sign you on that dotted line?" But I don't think this situation is like that. Yes, there are some talents that I'm sure they've already identified, like a Jordan Grace, that are high on their list of, we're going to sign them to WWE contracts. But I think a hidden or not thought about or not talked about, Andrew, benefit to TNA when we're in this world where there are more options for these wrestlers to go than maybe in years past. If you got somebody like Ashanti the Adonis, who's on TV every week, but his stories ain't hitting in New York, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell he's doing on TV. I believe you when you say he's on TV every week.
He's on TV every week, but there's nothing consequential coming out of his appearances for the most part. But if I'm TNA, I'm looking at somebody like Ashanti. It's like, "Hey, dog, I don't know your contract status, but if you do decide to leave where they let you go, you've been down here. You've seen who we are as a company. You see how we work with our talent. So, like, they might get the guys and girls on the way out of WWE through NXT, and that could bolster TNA's roster because I don't have to introduce you to Ashanti the Adonis because he is here now, and his name may change a little bit. He's now just Adonis, and he is part of TNA. And that is a benefit to my company because now I have a talent that I brought into my organization that I didn't have to kind of train from scratch about this is how we do things because you've worked with us, brother. And so I think that is something that could be beneficial to TNA on the, like, again, it's not as sexy as I'm the WWE and I'm picking out your best talent to come put in my farm system. But it is a benefit that I think TNA can take advantage of if they use this situation to their benefit. It could be a mutually beneficial situation. And again, man, as somebody who's covered this company for a long time and seen a lot of the missteps that they have made, both in terms of storyline and in terms of how they conduct business, I think this is a good thing, Ray.
Yeah, I agree. One thing I did want to touch on is it's funny you mentioned John Cena possibly being a part of TNA, Brother Andrew, because I just so happened, I believe it was earlier today, I just so happened to be perusing social media and somebody came across a reposting of something that was on John Cena's Instagram page. And just having the logo, no words, and then of course Joe Hendry, you got to get that self-promotion in. But yeah, I think that's going to be a interesting look as well.
Hey, Brother Ray, who pull that back up real quick? Pull that back up real quick. That picture. Who is that in the likes right there, Ray? Who that in the likes? In the likes.
Oh, in the likes.
To the photo.
Oh,
who that name that's popping up? Yeah. Who is that? Who is that, Nate? Who's that?
I mean, you know.
Oh,
Chinyere Okafor?
Chinyere
Chichi,
Okafor
shout out to
now
Chichi, man.
of Nefarious Media. Shout out to the sis, the niece, the youngest
Shout out
South
to
African
Chichi,
in
man.
charge. Chinyere Okafor, who will inherit the Yick title when Andrew turns 30 next month.
Hey, most definitely. She is taking on the Yick title. Hey, hold on, wait. Hey, you ain't gonna count me out. I got another year, brother.
I got one year left.
I got one more year, but it just got announced, y'all, that it's gonna be Froxium, Nathan Frazier and Octium versus the Rascals this Thursday on Impact. And Impact's gonna be doing a live show, man. They're gonna be doing a live episode of Impact, man. Looking forward to that. See how that goes.
Good things for
but
TNA,
yeah,
right?
to y'all, yeah. So to y'all's point, yeah, I'm kind of optimistic about this, and I'm more so optimistic about it because it's NXT TNA. Like I don't really know like how they will present the WWE main roster aspect. Like I feel like if it was that situation, they'd definitely be on some Big Brother, like treating TNA like they at the kids table type of deal. Like if it was that type, but I think because it's NXT, I think they'll more so give it like put on the same playing field type of deal. So. Yeah, we definitely gonna say. I mean, they obviously they're gonna be on each other's weekly shows. Going forward, they just announced. Like I said, Froxium versus the Rascals coming up. So yeah, man, we gonna see.
I mean,
see. But
I judge these situations by history and by algorithms in the past and WWE's old partnerships and the existence of them today. And it doesn't give me a lot of hope. I could go back to the 90s with this shit, I remember USWA was in I don't know if it was a partnership with WWE, but they were feeding guys to WWE, through Lawler. Smoky Mountain Wrestling was doing the same kind of thing. FCW was doing this. They're NXT now. I don't know if FCW exists. OVW is still kind of around. They got the Netflix deal before WWE got it, I guess. But they're still kind of around. So yeah, I just if I'm just judging by history, granted all of this was in the Vince McMahon era, so
and granted, Chris, none of those companies that you mentioned is TNA, one of the most unkillable wrestling organizations we have ever seen, brother.
Well, I mean,
Carter mismanagement could not kill them. Vince Russo being Vince Russo could not kill them. Being on not even C-tier TV networks, Ray Williams. I'm talking about D and E tier. The Destination Network. What's the destination? Not your damn network, because nobody watches. So
I think
they have killed TNA, Chris. I don't know if WWE, as powerful as they are, can they truly kill what cannot be killed?
TNA has finally met somebody that could shorten their shelf life.
So you're saying this is like Logan, like Wolverine and Logan, like
y'all
ain't been able to kill this man in all these movies, but now you get
all I'm saying is tread lightly, TNA. I hate to.
Chris said WWE taking all 9 lives.
If John Cena appears on TNA, I will fucking personally hand you $500, Andrew, because you can clip that because I just don't.
$500, Chris.
John Cena has an ego, man. It's like
that's like 200 subscriptions to the Kings of Sport Patreon now, 50% off for the month of January, $2.50. So if y'all want to take Chris up on that bet, hop over on the Patreon, $2.50. See if you can get in the pot with Andrew. With Chris hands you $500.
Yeah, what you got to do is you got to tweet John Cena and tell him how ignorant and horrible I am, and that just to smite me, you want to see him appear in TNA. Wow, I mean, this guy has a big year ahead of him. He's actually doing WWE a favor being on their show this year. I want people to understand this and put it in perspective. He's got movies coming out. He is going to be on that second season of Peacemaker, which is going to be big for Max. You know what I'm saying? He's got things. I seriously doubt TNA is a priority for him. And I think the only reason why WWE is kind of a priority for him is because he got his start there. You know, I do want us to center our expectations when it comes to Cena doing any. I mean, I think Cena is going to show you how much of a team player he is when he gets his wins back against everybody that beat him in the last couple years. Austin Theory.
All I'm saying, Chris, all I'm saying, Doc, is when we go off the air for Slammiversary and Omos is holding the world title and pointing at John Cena, and John Cena's pointing back at Omos, we know that the script and changed. Things have turned around, and TNA has finally made it with Omos and Cena as the new pillars.
Right, yeah.
I don't want Nate to ever have the book. Don't let Nate get his hand on the book.
Right, yeah. I mean,
Santino called me down.
Yeah, the world champion in TNA is Nick Nemeth, a guy who tried to backdoor his way into stealing Cena's woman at the time. You know, like you think Cena's letting that shit just go? You know, this bleach blonde fool.
Hey, Chris, I swear I had forgot about that till you said something. Oh, he really did try to sneak his way.
Yeah,
Dirty Mackin.
Depends on how much you believe Total Divas, how real you think that shit is, but
it's still real to me, damn it.
Right, yeah, but I mean, I saw that shit. I was like, dude, I lost a lot of respect for the character of dude for doing that.
Not even the person, the character.
Well, the character, because I don't know. I don't know what's real or what's not when it comes to these Total Diva shows, but the fact that this dude was already dating this woman and they were in a seemingly serious relationship, and you're over there telling her, hey, dump the A-list guy on the roster and date my semi-jobbing ass instead of John Cena. That was a fucked up thing to do, man.
Look, he's like, hey, girl, look. John Cena, John's a great guy. I love John, but he's a main eventer. He's always busy. He ain't
right, yeah.
I be losing every night, girl, but I'm a winner with you.
And
exactly.
Don't you want kids too? John Cena don't want no kids.
Hey, Ray, that was probably the dirtiest thing that Nick could have said. I'm talking about because y'all are making me remember some of the verbiage. He was trying to put John down in order to gain. I'm like,
right, yeah.
Dirty Mac. Dirty Mac.
He's dirty, man. I'm telling you. Yeah.
So what you're saying is we get Dolph Ziggler, we get Nick Nemeth versus Omos at Slammiversary. Nick Nemeth up to some shenanigans, and Cena come out like, hey, I still owe you one, my boy. Bang! And then Omos gets the win, and Omos and Cena just looking at each other like that end up. Remember the Titans, a movie Ray Williams has seen with Denzel and the coach are like, you a Hall of Famer in my book, brother.
Hey, Chris, let's switch that better. So are we gonna give it a timeline for the Cena prediction appearance? Do you want to put a timeline on it or just whenever?
It have to be this. It's gotta be.
Yeah, it had to be this year probably.
It's got to be this year because this is when he said he's.
No. I mean, of course this year, but I mean, do you want to put a time month wise?
No, I'll give it. I'll give it the whole fucking year, man. I'll give it the year. Yeah,
the whole damn year.
Let's do this. Let's do this instead of the 500. And it's killing me to say this. I take that 500. But let's do this. Let's do if Cena appears in TNA this year, Chris has to give 40 different people subs to Nefarious Media.
All right. So I will say this. I'll say this, and I'll do that. But I'll say
Let's do
this.
that.
It can't just be him appearing. It's gotta be him.
You gotta do something.
Do something significant
Okay.
on TNA. Something that risks his body not being good for Hollywood, right? Because when he's him appearing on WWE as it stands right now, just doing regular wrestling matches, he is risking injury for whatever movies he's got coming up down the pike, you know. And I just don't see him doing that with a TNA. You know,
Okay, what about this, Chris? Because Cena match would be the peak if TNA could score that. But let's say he doesn't have a match. Let's say he comes down to the ring and he gives you a legitimate John Cena promo, not like John Cena Temu Wish promo where it's like y'all one of my Make-A-Wish kids. I'm gonna give y'all this little 5-minute John Cena. Like he gives us a real WrestleMania level Cena promo. Chris, would that be good enough to consider this a real appearance?
Well, he could get laryngitis by losing his voice, so
That is true.
We'll revisit that again by the end of the show. I have to give that some consideration. A promo, I think he would need to wrestle. It's
a big year for TNA. Not only John Cena showing up, but
technically
the world title.
Yeah, I mean, technically, The Rock and Bret Hart have made appearances for TNA. So I mean, it's like it's got to be something.
Will AJ Styles finally go back home with this new partnership?
I could see him being nice and doing it, but I think I can
see that.
Yeah,
but
even AJ Styles.
TNA, they wanted to put AJ into the Hall of Fame.
In the Hall of Fame,
because he's still active.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but I would love to see an AJ appearance in TNA, man.
Well, if I could say something real quick while we're still on the topic of just the TNA WWE partnership, I do think it'll be beneficial. I am of the belief that TNA is that cockroach. Is not gonna die. I don't care what happens to it. I just think that it'll survive through anything. And I do like your idea, Nate, when it comes to maybe like, hey, the ones that we know are superstars, we know are going to go straight up to the main roster for WWE. But the ones that are developing in NXT, they're going to have a home on TNA, and it'll give them that notoriety and a bit more of a kind of platform for them to perform on, other than like TN or NXT or a Level Up or something like that. But I did want to bring up this point before we do move off this topic, because I was just scrolling through social media, and there was a tweet that came up that I wanted to share. So, of course, this tweet came up from WWE, and then this came up from from just a random fan, and it was talking about the impact that one Trinity Fatu made. It says Naomi played a massive part in making this happen, by the way, especially with all the buzz she managed to cultivate around TNA in the space of 8 months. Give her the credit she deserves. And
come on, man.
This was quote tweeted, and we talked about Trinity right before she came back to the WWE and just her impact of just being a part of TNA and Impact back then. And so Jordan Grace, she quote tweets this, and she says, without at the Trinity _Fatu, none of this would have happened. So do you guys believe that Trinity Star was the one to make this happen? Like open the door, the forbidden door, if you will?
I'll say it was a trigger point, but I mean, I don't see and argue with Jordan Grace.
Yeah, I don't care, man. Shit, okay. Yeah, okay, cool.
I think she was one of the factors, but not the deciding factor.
Right, yeah. Come on. Next topic, man. care about this shit at all, man.
Chris
Good,
is
good for you,
disgusted with this
Trinity.
line of questioning.
Good for you, Trinity. Good for you. Good for you.
Damn. But yeah, TNA, salute to TNA, man. Y'all still surviving, still thriving.
We not gonna do Sister Naomi like that, man.
Yeah,
shout out to her. She had. I think that when she first went in, we talked about like the back end of her run in TNA when we all knew that she was eventually on her way back to WWE. I think all of us was very big.
Yeah, she did a good job.
How she was presented, got a world title run. And she was like not one of the biggest star name wise in the company, and they treated her as such. Gave her the presentation, gave her the promotional material, X, Y, and Z. A lot of people felt like I remember Nate specifically saying like, you know, he hoped that when she went back to WWE that they would see what she just did in TNA and be like a TNA/Impact and be like, hey, you know, she can be one of your top names if you let her do it. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I think Naomi, she has comfortability at WWE. Like she's a staple there in that women's division, and like she has those moments when she has like again, I even remember like the match she just had with Nia Jax for the for the WWE Women's title. Like Naomi, whenever she's put in those positions, she always delivers in these big match situations. Like I even remember back before she earned Mercedes left WWE, it was like February 2022. She had a SmackDown Women's title match against Charlotte. That was like one of my favorite matches at the start of the new year, that 2022 year. And like it was like one of those where a lot of people legitimately thought that, like, just from the crowd. I'm not saying like people watching at home, but the crowd like legitimately believed that she was going to dethrone Charlotte. And like I feel like when you put her in those positions where she has to, like, you know, she got to turn it on 20. You know what I'm saying? Like she's going to deliver. And I can't remember a time when she was in a big match situation and singles match and she didn't show up. So I definitely want to give I'll say that Naomi was definitely a trigger point for this partnership. But again, if somebody who has been in the TNA/Impact locker room, like Jordan Grace has, and she says that none of this would happen without Naomi's coming in, like none of this would have happened without her opening that door. I ain't arguing with her, and I never will, because I mean she's there. So you know, so shout out to Naomi, Trinity Fatu, man.
Shout out.
No doubt. So I guess you know, we could talk about TNA all night, ladies and gentlemen. You know, especially again when Omos holds up that title, Ray. You ain't gonna be able to keep me quiet. We going wall to wall, Omos. If, like I said, not if, but when that happens, we going wall to wall with it on that edition of the NWA podcast. After that fact, it's gonna be a tribute, celebration for the Homo sapiens out there.
Hey,
but
Nate, you willing to put that 500 down on it?
I'm not willing to put my 500 down on it, because here's the thing, I will gamble. You know, when there's a risk involved. There's no risk involved in this, Ray, because it's gonna happen, and I don't want to just take your money like that, Ray.
$500,
man. Again,
you're looking out for our best interest.
I'm looking out for your benefit, brother. Help me help you. $500 is a lot of money. That's $200. Again, Patreon subscriptions to patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. The name will probably change here within the next 24 to 48 hours. But yeah. We definitely would love your support during this time of transition for us. But Ray, speaking of transitions, what's next, brother?
Oh, well, we were talking about different partnerships. I guess we can delve a little bit into NXT itself. We had new champions crowned, guys. We had not only a new NXT Women's Champion, but also an NXT champion being newly crowned in the form of Julia and Obafemi, respectively.
I knew you was about to do that shit. I knew
it. You can see him setting up for it, nephew.
I couldn't help myself.
I see it. But like, I mean, I think it's just more so like signals a new era for NXT. I do want to talk about that New Year's Eve show, but what the fuck was that Rock promo at the end of the show? Like what was that? Like he was coming out there doing but you could tell that was one of those things where somebody came in and was just like, hey man, you want to talk at the end of the show? And Rock was like, he literally said, oh, I didn't know what to say. He was just winging that shit, and I don't know how that came off to everybody else, but it felt like what the fuck.
Yeah,
I was like, what the fuck was the point? Like I didn't get it, but I mean, he had the interaction with Ethan Page, and he got to be on screen with his daughter, so I mean that's cool. But yeah, Julia. I mean, I think this was like a long time coming. But of course, we had the benefit of hindsight. I think it was a great choice to have Roxanne beat her at the CW debut show, and then sort of 4 months later, Julia finally got the win. So I'm excited to see what her run turns out to be. Like I hope it's not one of those situations where the chase is much better than the actual title reign. I hope that's not the situation where we're gonna. I mean, but I think with baby faces in general, whether it be WWE, AEW, a lot of times it's always like that's the thing. Unless you're like a Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson type of. Fanfare type of wrestler, like, and not that he's I mean more so like the popularity that he has. That's the verbiage I meant to use, but that's typically the way it goes. So hopefully Julia's run doesn't turn out that way. And over Femi, like again, I think that was another thing. Like I think people could clearly see the writing on the wall with Oba. I think especially after he won the breakout tournament back in January 2024. Like I think a lot of people knew that Oba was going to be one of the guys in NXT. You got him over strong over Trick. I mean, you got to like the thing with Oba is like I think we all know and we all can see like as clear as day like how talented this dude is and like the presentation that they've given him, and I think more so it's just about keeping that solid. Like it's going to be interesting to even see how they go about. His so I guess his presentation going forward, because he does have a lot of fanfare from the audience.
Right.
Like Oba isn't like just a straight up bad guy. Like I mean he presents himself as such. And then more so I think it's just more so like his size. You know what I'm saying? He's a big dude, so it's hard to like associate that with being like a straight up like just pure white meat baby face. But but the crowd loves him at the same time. So it's gonna be interesting to see like what opponents they throw at him and like how those opponents like would dictate the interactions that they'll have and the crowd reaction and such. So yeah, man, I like sort of the new changeover. Like I think it's about time for Roxanne to get the call up to SmackDown, like or Raw, wherever she goes. Like it's definitely time for that for that to shift. So yeah, but there Oba and Julia, I think if you're talking about a new era in NXT, I mean that's two great people to to sort of start like kick off this new launch pad with, if you will.
Yeah, I agree, Ray. I think, and they did a smart thing of kind of trying to capitalize off of that momentum of that Raw debut on Netflix,
right?
And try to transfer some of that heat, transfer some of that buzz to NXT. And much like Andrew, I'm like, what the hell was my boy Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson out here talking about on these like both nights? Because again, we talked about it on the Kings of Sport, how we did not see Final Boss Rock. Final Boss Rock is if he ain't dead, he hibernating right now, y'all, because that brother is not walking through the door anytime soon. We did not get Final Boss Rock. We did not even get Hollywood Rock. We got we got my main man Maui in the building. And it's all the high chief himself.
Louis.
The member of the board is what we got. We got corporate.
Well, not only did we get member of the board, we also got Hollywood actor Dwayne Johnson, who is coming off of a bomb in Red One. And he's like, I can't let this wrestling thing mess up the main gig no more, man. I got to pay more attention to the shoot job than this wrestling thing for right now. But I'll be back someday. And I think that's what we got on both nights to a certain extent. But Chris, I know NXT has been a show that you've had a hot and cold relationship with over the years, but are you enthused by kind of what we've been seeing with Julia, also Stephanie McCool, and what we've been seeing with I got Oba here and some of the TNA integration that has already happened with NXT? Like I think the Ethan Page stuff, like even though that's not technically TNA integration, but it spiritually is. But like Rosemary and Wendy Chu, I
Spiritual.
thought they had a fun little
Yeah.
tete-a-tete
Oh,
for
I
a
like
while.
that.
But I think this kind of version of NXT is not the trash program that you've railed against for many years.
Yeah,
Chris.
yeah, no,
I think they've changed.
It's not. And Obafemi is a really good talent. I think the thing I like about Obafemi the most is he's got some very good nonverbal communication skills, right? He's really, really good with that stuff. And even when he says stuff, I like the guys the most where they can say something, and if somebody else tried to say the exact same words that Obafemi said, it just wouldn't work.
Right.
But for some reason, it works with Obafemi. And I think that's kind of the marker of a future star. So I'm really, really, really high on him, man. I really, really do hope that when he gets his main roster call up, that he is a star, because that he stays a star, because I think everything about his presentation just screams superstar. And I think Shawn Michaels and those guys down there at NXT are very, very, very good at making this guy seem very, very menacing. And shout out to everyone else on NXT too. I thought it was a garbage program during the Rainbow era, because it's just nothing on there made any sense to me. But I think, it's not the black and gold, but it's markedly better than what it used to be. And I think that's all we can ask for in these days, like for at least now, until they kind of figure out exactly what they want NXT to be. Because I don't even think that they're sure exactly what they want NXT to be. I think because I don't think they want it to be the rainbow stuff, but I also don't think that it's like they don't want it to be the black and gold anymore, because a bunch of guys from the black and gold would go to the main roster, and some of them aren't even there anymore. So I think they want it to be a breeding ground for talent, and hopefully they go to the main roster and they turn into something special, because it's because I look at a guy like Carmelo Hayes and Hayes, and I just it makes me sad, like
For real?
it makes me teary-eyed. Yeah, it's because I don't. What the hell is he doing, man? Like,
Bro, like you want to know what's so crazy? I mean, and I don't think you're like invalidating your point at all, but like I think this is why I like doing this show, because it's like so I'll offer like a variety of different perspectives, but like I really enjoy the role Carmelo is in right now. Like he's like that, like he's being presented as like that punk ass kid who like won't shut up for nothing. Like he's always in somebody's face. Like he's always talking trash. He's always getting his way, and then
the habitual line stepper.
That's like the perfect description. He is a habitual line stepper. And the thing about it is, even when Carmelo loses, his character is like protected by this layer of him being this young punk who doesn't know any better, and all he's going to do when if he loses, he's going to come back the next week and talk trash to somebody else and get himself into another situation, and they just keep snowballing. And like the thing is, Carmelo, like he doesn't even like lose. I mean, he loses, but like he still gets his wins. Like he even got a win. I mean, he didn't beat Strowman clean, but he got like a count out victory over him, and then he had the whole thing with Jimmy Uso that's going on right now. Like I like enjoy.
They had a hell of a match on SmackDown this past week,
and they did. Like the thing is, I'm like, okay, yeah, would I like to see Carmelo in the U.S. title mix again, and like would I like to see him, doing more like high profile stuff, if you will. But like the one thing that I've grown to realize is that, especially in any company, it's not always ideal for people to be immediately just thrusted into those spots, because then you can feel like the force of it and it doesn't feel genuine. And I feel like we're seeing the uprise of Carmelo. Let me not say uprise. I mean, we're seeing the development of a character that is going to maybe one day parlay into Carmelo, possibly maybe one day being the crowd maybe feeling him out as a baby face, maybe one day. Like, I don't see that anytime soon, but I just say like 2 years or something like that. But I would say for right now, I'm enjoying the character that he's having of being this young punk who doesn't know, like he's just willing to get into anything with anybody, and it leads to him being on television on a consistent basis and not really like he's not being thrown out there being squashed on television. You know what I'm saying? He's having long matches. He's having multiple segments on TV. He's getting into it with Sammy. He's getting into it with this person and that person. And you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, but I kind of like it.
Is it immediate though? Like how? No, seriously, how long is he? He's been on the main roster for over a year now. No,
has it been?
No, he hasn't been on the main roster for a year. He got on the main roster
right after Mania.
2024.
It was after Mania last year.
So we're almost a year with him being on the main roster. I would like to see some more upward mobility with him.
But I mean,
like I always say this is like when I hear these explanations as to why this guy keeps losing, all I hear is this guy keeps losing. I mean, every time I see him on TV, he's losing or trading wins with someone else who's losing, like Andrade. Like they're these stalemates in WWE that exist, that haven't died in the Triple H era, that are still there, that where you're trading wins with somebody and nobody seems to be the better for it. Like, yeah, it's entertaining to see this guy like talk shit every week, but I mean, eventually he's got to be taken seriously, right? You know,
I mean, to your point, I get what you're saying, but I do think he is being taken seriously, because I mean, when you look at it, like when you actually look at it, Carmelo. Okay, so like we look at his last matches, right? The match against Jimmy Uso, no contest. The match against Sami Zayn, he didn't get beat; it was no contest. He lost to Braun Strowman, but he beat Braun Strowman the week prior. I mean, he got a win over Braun Strowman via countout, then Braun beat him. He had a match against Cody, and you know he's not beating Cody. But he had an 11-minute match. You know, he's doing the title matches with Cody after SmackDown. He had the best of 7 series with Andrade, which I think was actually great. You know what I'm saying? Like that I think that was a good way to give both of them some spotlight on TV. And the fucking matches were like actually good, so it wasn't like some pointless ass thing that they were doing. Like I ain't gonna lie, man. I like what they're doing with Carmelo. Like I'm not saying, to Chris's point, that I don't agree with what he's saying, but like it's just I don't know, man. I kind of like it right now, and I think that this is some
saying it could always be worse.
Good.
It could always be worse.
But I think that we're seeing some like steady progression for Carmelo, because like again, even what Chris said, like he said he's always losing. Carmelo ain't really losing shit. Like he ain't losing nobody. Like the last time he lost was that he lost to Strowman, but he beat Strowman right before that. You know what I'm saying? So it's, I mean, and then the last time Carmelo Hayes lost, he lost to the fucking undisputed WWE champion. That was the last time he lost on TV. So I mean, if you gonna penalize him for losing to Cody, I mean, you know, we gotta like some conversation to have. But I mean,
that's a valid. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter who you lose to. I'm not penalizing him for losing to Cody. It's just, is Braun Breaker losing to Cody? Is like the guys that they feel that are important losing to Cody? No, it's the guys that they think can afford to take a L that are losing to Cody. That's my thing. It's not like, oh, it's like you're losing to Cody like everybody else does. Not everybody else is losing to Cody. A lot of people are losing to Cody, but Cody is, you know, one, it's Cody, but two, it's also like they're putting expendable guys in these positions to like not get any upward mobility. And I want to see, I don't like all these brothers in these positions where that I don't see anybody else in, where it's like, okay, I'm losing after losing, and I'm just supposed to accept it. And I have to come up with the logic to why it's not that bad of a thing, you know? Like I have to like make sense of this in my head, or listen to Andrew, or listen to Ray, or listen to Nate explain to me why this is a good thing. And it's just, I just don't see it like that. I don't see it as a worse thing. Like Nate said, he could be in a worse position. You're on TV every week and you're making money, probably close to 7 figures, if not 7 figures. So good for you. But I mean, like, I don't know. I don't see him. I don't see this dude even winning the US title before the year is up, or the IC title. I just don't even see that.
Yeah,
I think I only see you, Nate. So.
Yeah, the new school is protesting. They said, "Look here,
I know, right?
if you ain't got time for Melo, we ain't got time for you, Chris." But I hear what you're saying about Carmelo. Like, I think we've seen worse transitions from NXT. Like, certainly,
right? Yeah.
The less said about EC3, the better.
Yeah.
The less said about the damn who's the Paul Ellering faction?
Oh, the one with Ellering
AOP.
and Occam's razor.
We've
Occam
seen
razor
worse transitions from NXT to the main roster. So I don't think Carmelo's like in a terrible situation, but I hear what you're saying about wanting to see some upward mobility. I do think it's tough to see it this time of year, though, because he is obviously not factored into their big time plans for WrestleMania.
Right.
Like, I'm sure he'll have a spot on the card one of those nights, and I'm sure he'll do well in that spot. But he ain't part of the bloodline. He ain't CM Punk. He's not the Muffin Man. He's not Cody. He's not Roman. You know, he's not anybody in that ilk. Like, hell, we were talking on the Kings of Sport, man. It might not even be a spot for Gunther in the main event on one of those nights of WrestleMania this year.
I think Gunther will get a spot. I don't know if he's going to be fighting with the world title. I definitely think he's going to get a spot.
Oh, yeah, he's going to have a spot, but I'm talking about like us, like your champion right now is not guaranteed like one of those 2 prime main event spots.
Right.
At WrestleMania. Yeah. Like, that's not a guarantee at all.
Yeah. And I honestly don't even see, this is my whole thing. I don't think it's a guarantee that my dude Melo is on the WrestleMania card unless they just put him in a like mix.
He'll either be in a tag match or a multi-man match.
Yeah, I hope they don't put him in the because they don't even put the Jobber Battle Royal on pay-per-view anymore, do they? They have it on like the SmackDown.
No, that's on SmackDown.
Yeah, so hopefully.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new school have ended their protest of me and Chris. They have returned to the program. Nephew, I know. Look, again, Nefarious, man. We can have a difference of opinion, but we can still talk in good faith. Y'all ain't had to boycott us like that.
I ain't got to leave like that. No, I
ain't got to leave like that.
But now, to Chris's point, like I heard the back end of what he said before my dumb ass clicked off. But I mean, to that point, like when you say select people losing to Cody, I mean, if we going by that logic, then I mean, Kevin Owens is expendable. Expando is expendable. Any other individual that's been defeated by Cody. But I mean, I know what you're saying is not that black and white, of course. But like you talking about more so of the middle tier guys that they feel like, hey, you can just throw this guy in there, you can take an L, it ain't really gonna do nothing to him, X, Y, and Z. But I mean, at the same time, if he wasn't in that title match with Cody, I'm not saying your logic would be, or maybe others' logic would be like, well, they're not doing anything with Carmelo. Like, why aren't you doing anything with Carmelo? And I'm like, okay, you put him in the title, you put him in a match against the fucking world champion, and that's the only person that he's lost to in a definitive match since November. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand wanting to see more, but I'm like, this is exactly the same thing that we complain about when it's like there's no more slow burn anymore, and like you're not giving people time to develop and progress and give people a reason to give a shit about certain people. Like they're giving people a reason to give a shit about Carmelo Hayes. Like he's getting there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think they're working around. Like the first time when I saw like people criticizing Carmelo in like any remotely way, main roster wise, is when he was in the ring with Randy and he looked so much smaller than Randy Orton lid. Like, and I saw people was like sort of getting on him a little bit about that. You know, the size difference. Because I remember even watching that. Like, it was like a big size difference. But I mean, Randy's a huge fucking dude. Like, it's not even just, it wasn't even just height. Like, Randy's a stocky dude. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it looked like the way it did. But like, I think that they're at this point with Carmelo where they're figuring out what works for him as a character and how to get more long term. Like more, just make sure that he doesn't just become another name on the roster. Like Carmelo is heavily featured on SmackDown, beefing with every fucking body under the sun. He like literally just had a little mix up with the Bloodline when on SmackDown when he like tried to jump in to their little crew or whatever like that, and then Jacob Fatu smacked his ass out. Because I mean that's the whole thing. Like he's this like young punk who thinks, you know, he can do and say whatever he wants, and then until he gets that like reality check. And again, they're doing that, and he hasn't lost a definitive match on television since he lost to Cody. So, and I mean, if you count the Braun Strowman thing, but I mean, I don't count that because he beat Braun. So, I mean, like I'm interested to see where they go from here with Carmelo. Like I think once if we get to, I'll say this, Chris, to your point, if we get to March or April and we're still in this young punk phase, then I'll jump on board with your point, because I feel like now it's like, okay, now we need to start to see some type of like reaping the benefits of this character. Like he needs to steal a championship away from somebody or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. If we're still at this same point 2 months from now, then I'll be like, okay, you know what? Yeah, Chris got it. You know, but for right now and for the last like month or 2 months, like I think Carmelo's doing just fine.
Like I think to kind of even put it in perspective is, and this is gonna sound wild, like if we said this 3 years ago, Ray, they would call us crazy. They would come after us with pitchforks and try to get us tossed off of post wrestling. But if I'm Austin Theory, every night when I go to bed, I don't know Austin Theory's religious beliefs, I'm like praying to whatever entity Austin Theory believes in, even if it's the universe. Like, dear universe, please, when I wake up, give me Carmelo Hayes' push right now. Please give me the spot on the card that Carmelo Hayes has. Please, Lord, I seen the way you blessed others. Please bless me, because I was the chosen one. I was the golden boy, and I ain't done nothing.
Hey Nate, you want to know what's so funny? That was Austin Theory. That young punk character. But this is the thing. This is why I said Carmelo is doing it better.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's working. But see, also another thing is that, you know what I'm saying, it was a different person booking the show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
This is why I say what I said to not combat Chris's point, but just the for the argument's sake of it. The difference between forced push and natural push. Austin Theory, the young punk, forced. Everybody felt it. They was going in on him. Nobody agreed with it. Everybody shitted on it, right? Carmelo let it naturally play out. He's the young punk, and he's making his way up, talking shit, X, Y, and Z, and it feels natural. It doesn't feel forced. Don't give him too much too early. Just let it, you know what I'm saying? Let it float. But to the point, don't let it drag on too long where it starts to feel like there's nowhere to go and he's stuck. Yes, that's my whole point. Because like if you give him too much too early, then he has nowhere to go, and then you're gonna be like, but what the fuck happens next? Well, I mean, we sitting there craving, like, just let it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's doing good, bro. I like, trust me. If there's anybody that's willing to criticize pro wrestling on television in terms of like these storylines and if the shit is like dragging, bro, I will say it. Carmelo Hayes for right now is okay. He's fine. He is fine. Again, I'm not saying this motherfucker's gonna be fine in 2 months. I ain't saying that. I'm saying right now, Carmelo Hayes is okay.
See,
he's okay.
Ray Williams, I don't want to, you the young punk of our crew. I don't want to disrespect you like this, Ray, but I'm gonna need you to get a little crazy with your production, man. Like, because if I was you, Ray, I can't produce like Ray Williams, ladies and gentlemen. I'm letting you know that on the front end. But if I was you, when nephew was saying all that, I would have had a lower third. Breaking news: the nephew says, "Let it play out." That's what you should have did, Ray Williams.
Caught me slipping, my man.
But I think nephew does bring up some good points, Chris. As did you. I feel like it's maybe a little too early. You know how, like on election night, Chris. Obviously, you know how they do election night, where some races are too close to call and some races are too early to call.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now with Carmelo, it might be too early to call. Because they could turn this around. This could be building towards something, or 3 months from now, he could be stuck in the same spot. We just don't know yet.
I think he's going to be in the exact same spot in 3 months, but
hey, Chris, come on,
Chris. Look, man, I have to call these things by a history standpoint. I can't. I don't call these from a wishful thinking standpoint. I call this from what I've seen in the past. And when you get cast in this punk role, it takes a lot to get out of it, man. You usually have to leave the fucking company, go to Impact Wrestling, hit the indies, then go to AEW, and then go back, and then it's like, oh, you've done enough for us to respect you. So we'll see. Like I said, like you said, Nate, I'm not judging. Austin Theory should have never been in that position in the first place. I don't even think it's like fair to compare Melo to Austin Theory, because he shouldn't have been in that position, and everybody knew.
I'm not. It wasn't more so to compare. It's just the point of giving too much too early and what can happen when that happens.
Well, like I mean, we had a idiot book in Austin Theory back then.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's not the thing.
An idiot is one of the nicest things you can say about that.
That's hilarious.
It's like I just look at I've seen this movie time and time again with these people. So once they show me
Chris,
things,
if we are blessed enough to be alive a decade from now, and we still doing this show with John and Way, I'm just imagining, man, Mellowmania. This dude been in the company as a mid-carder for 10 years, finally getting his shot. Mellowmania, let's go. 2035. Mello, it is finally your time, brother.
That's funny.
That'd be insane if that's what actually happens.
The thing with WWE
what if they pulled him aside in the locker room like, hey, kid, Triple H, hey, kid, this is how it's going to play out. We're going to give you some things here or there, maybe sprinkle in a title. But for the most part, this is your role for the next 10 years. And then we'll organically make you popular 10 years from now. And black people all over the world will rejoice that Carmelo Hayes has finally done it.
I think the thing that sucks for people like Melo, and not just Melo, but any like of the young, WWE has their stars at the moment, and
it's so top heavy, bro.
I don't think they want to do anything to disrupt that, So anybody else is getting in the way, and they even have their guys that they want to be stars,
Hey, Chris, you and I talked about that before, like with AEW too, like WWE and AEW. It's so fucking top heavy right now, bro. It's like if you ain't like amidst like that top 5, like it's gonna be a long time before you crack.
And what usually, one thing I always give Vince Russo is that when he was booking, even the bottom card guys, he did put them into somewhat important stuff that you thought that was like, and it could easily spill over into the main event mix if it needed to. And that's just not something that you've seen in AEW or in WWE. Is like the bottom guys are just the lower rung guys are the lower rung guys. It just is what it is. It's really not easy to see who's next unless they're just blatantly telling you who's next. Like someone like with Braun Breaker, they are telling us that this guy is next.
Yes.
Jay Uso, they're doing it. Jay Uso, they're not necessarily telling us he's next, but they're telling us he's important enough to where we're gonna have him every once in a while beat a guy like Drew McIntyre. He's gonna appear on the debut episode of Raw Netflix. He's gonna do important stuff, and they're just not doing that with too many guys at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a real good point. I said, what we got next on the agenda, fellas?
Well, I feel like, we talked about the fellas, so, equal time. We got to talk about the ladies. And, there's a lot going on in the country right now. A lot of uncertainty, especially this week, a lot of unease, a lot of, what's going to happen. And I felt that last week, Ray, when my world was turned upside down.
Oh, here he go. Lord have mercy.
When somebody that I have supported and ridden for, and even when the world tried to tell me I was Steve Rogers in this situation, Ray Williams, the whole world looked at me and they was like, move. And I stood my ground 10 toes down. It was like, no, you move.
Here you go, Ray.
But my queen, Nia Jax, she's not like most girls, Ray Williams. And my queen, the generous ruler that she is, decided to share some of her spotlight with Tiffy time on these streets. So Tiffany Stratton is your new women's champion on SmackDown. Yay for you, I guess. Congratulations or whatever. But Nia Jax, we have to give Nia her flowers, Ray Williams, for what she meant to this women's division, brother.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that she's really shown a lot of improvement since she was on the roster last. I feel as though she also is making more attempts to kind of like increase her work rate, especially with the competition that she's been around when it comes to kind of like some matches. And she's not afraid to go out there and try stuff. Like I know she had that match with Bayley not too long ago, and she won the title from Bayley, and people were just like, oh, what is she doing? She up there trying to do Hurricane Ranas, and that was the worst thing ever. But she's going out there and she's trying to do new stuff, and she's trying to, like, you could kind of be like some of these wrestlers and they're set in their ways and they just do like their 5 moves of doom. But it's like it takes a lot of courage to be like, you know what, let me try to throw some new wrinkles into my moveset, or throw some new wrinkles as far as what people expect to see from me, and try to show that I'm versatile, not only on the mic. She's showing that she's more versatile, getting more versatile and more relaxed on the mic, and she's also showing that she's trying to be more versatile when it comes to her ring work as well. And when I think, Andrew, you mentioned her match with Naomi, that was a great match as well. And again, just being open to working with Naomi and having Naomi do like doggone crucifix bombs off of the and like just allowing herself to be more vulnerable in that aspect when it comes to being in the ring. And I think that you could say a lot about Nia Jax, her improvement from her first stint with WWE and her current stint with them now. So all praise, all hail the queen. But now we had, and we were talking earlier about like kind of being patient with talent. A lot of people were kind of like, when is Tiff going to cash it in? She's had it for a while. She's supposed to be the heir apparent. And so now we're kind of seeing that come to fruition now. So
and did y'all catch the little nugget, man? So Tiffany, she had her first title defense against Bayley on SmackDown, but right before Tiffany's entrance, that Charlotte Flair video package aired. You
already know.
You will not convince me that they did not do that on purpose. They know what they're doing. It's going to be Charlotte versus Tiffany at Mania. And you want to know what? I think Tiffany going to beat her. I think Tiffany's gonna beat Charlotte.
Many have tried to beat Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania. Nephew, few have succeeded.
That is true.
Yeah,
I think she would, but because what's Charlotte? Charlotte at 14 now, 13, 13 world titles or whatever it is. But
I don't know.
Chris stopped counting a long time ago.
Yeah,
I think the first go around, Tiffany will beat her, and then whenever they do the rematch, it's over. Give it up, sister. Time for your title run, the clock out.
Yep,
you off the clock.
Hey, hope you didn't spend all your money, kid.
Hey, and I wanted to, like, not to get too off. I know we talking about like just like women's championships and stuff right now. I wanted to talk to you about this because we didn't get to talk about it because we had recorded prior to. But man, Athena's still the ROH Women's World Champion, Nate.
Ramblin' State remains undefeated in the SWAC.
Hey, Nate, it's great. I ain't saying we complaining. We ain't complaining, but I just wanted to kick it over to you because I know all of us had like a discussion about this in the group chat. But yeah, Athena is 2 years, Nate. 2 years.
Hey, Ray Williams, can you answer a question for me? Who is the current ROH world champion?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, you talking about men's world champion?
Yeah, men's world champion.
Don't help me out.
You don't know that, Ray?
You need to go sit under a tree and learn.
Oh, Jericho, the Wave. Yeah, I forget.
Yeah, so Jericho is your current ROH men's world champion.
Right.
What show is he on every week, Ray Williams, besides ROH?
Well, that would have to be AEW Dynamite, brother Nate.
Okay, very interesting. Okay. So hear me out, Chris. I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together. So Chris Jericho, your ROH world champion. ROH world champion frequently appears on AEW television. And somebody could be out there saying, hey, Nate. Somebody might be in the comments talking about, hey, Nate. But he was already in AEW before this, right? So was Athena. Athena had been on AEW television proper before. And so I don't have any problem with Athena retaining the ROH Women's Championship. I think you can make the valid case that she was the best female performer in wrestling last year. Like, you could make a strong argument for Athena, especially in them big time title matches with all the various opponents that Athena went up against, man. The story with her and Billy, like, I think Athena did some great work this past year. As a reward, if you did not want to take the title off of her because you feel like she still has value for ROH and that nobody else is ready to kind of take that throne, take that mantle just yet, I think the play would have been, let's sprinkle Athena in on some of these dynamites, some of these collisions. Let John and Kate talk about Athena showing up on Collision Course. Like, it makes no sense to me, man. Like, I get it for a while. For a while, I was in the camp that was like, when everybody was like, Athena needs to be on Dynamite. Athena needs to be on Rampage. Athena needs to be on Collision Course. For the longest time, nephew, I was like, nah. I feel like what she is doing in ROH is important because she is establishing something. We didn't go past the point of establishment now, nephew. Things have been established.
Right, yeah.
Things are past the point of establishment, Chris. So the fact that we're keeping this performer, this champion of yours on ROH, while Jericho gets to just hop over, whichever show he want to be on. Right. I feel like because imagine, man, there are so many things you can do with Athena with the current crop of talent in that AEW women's division, which has been improving over the years, man. I want to see her on the big stage. This is not to slander or slight ROH, but we know what it is. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. We all grown-ups here. We know that in terms of television, nephew, ROH is a minor league compared to AEW, and I would love to see Athena, as we always say, nephew, get out of the sweat, get out of the MEAC. She ready for these Big Ten games and these ACC games and these SEC games. I was going to say Pac-12 games, Chris, but there really ain't no damn Pac-12. It's just 2 teams left in the Pac-12. How you going to be in the Pac-12 when you got 2 teams, Oregon State and who is it? Oregon State and Washington State. Y'all ain't even in the same state. Why are you still in the same damn conference? Nephew.
No. I wanted to actually kick it back over to you because I want to just get your prediction on something. Do you think that come all in Texas in Athena's home state that she would still be ROH Women's World Champion? It's in July.
Man. She better be. Like
no, not on the show. But I mean, do you think that she will still be like in ROH and won't be in a like you know what you know what I mean when I say that?
Like she will still be a ROH talent.
Yes.
I hope not, man. Me, I think she should drop the title. Be like whoever you decide to do, whether it's running it back with Billy or whoever, have her drop the title the month before, and then the story for that month should be, okay, I just spent like damn near 2 years with this belt. Who am I without this belt? I got to get back on the grind. I got to get back in the lab, Ray Williams. I got to get back in the gym, and that road leads to San Antonio. And that to me should be, all right, y'all. Y'all seen it in ROH, some of y'all, because a lot of y'all ain't watching ROH, if the truth be told. But she is great. She's like one of the best champions in that company's history, even before Tony Khan bought it. And now she is back in AEW proper, and she got some scores to settle. And then, like, I would, man, listen. See, Ray, nephew, like, as much as I would love to see Mercedes and Athena, I want to hold off on that match for a while. Again, I'm tired of the in-conference games, man. I ain't got nothing against Jackson State. I ain't got nothing against Alcorn, Norfolk State. Shout out to Mike Vick on these streets. I ain't got nothing against Hampton University, Howard, nothing. FAMU. But damn it, can I see Texas or Oklahoma one of these days?
Right,
can Mercedes and Athena get in there with Oregon State? Not Oregon State. Nobody wants to get in there with Oregon State. That's why there's only 2 teams in the damn Pac-12. Can we see her out there with UCLA and USC?
Yeah.
North Carolina with Bill Belichick and them. Can they finally play the big games? When are we gonna get our damn Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce match with Mercedes and Tony Storm, this young rookie on these streets?
Right.
The young rookie Tony Storm.
The youngest in charge, nephew.
This run that Athena's having is really starting to remind me of Asuka's run in NXT. That's not a compliment. Because when Asuka got to the main roster, they had one fucking thing to do with that woman.
Keep the streak alive, motherfucker.
Beat everybody, have her beat Charlotte, show that this person is the best women's wrestler on the planet. But because Vince McMahon has this weird thing with whatever.
Talk to him, Chris.
Yeah, it didn't happen. And I don't
just ended the sentence there. Vince McMahon has a weird thing.
Yeah. And the thing with Athena, I would much rather them do something with her where she goes to, because this run is historic, right? Yeah. And the way WWE did it with Asuka at first is they introduced, because a lot of people didn't know who she was because not everyone had access to NXT at that time. So you introduced this woman as an unbeatable person. So they did that part right. And then they had her win the Royal Rumble. That was right. And then for whatever stupid asinine reason, they had her job to Charlotte.
Charlotte.
It made
I was about to say, and Chris made her shake her hand.
Made her shake her hand. It made no sense. It made no sense. And the one thing I don't want to happen to Athena is I would like to see a situation where she just goes to the AEW roster, gives up the ROH belt. I don't even think she necessarily has to lose it to anybody unless they just really want her to make somebody else, which is fine. But I think you can carry this stint with Athena to the main roster if you introduce her the proper way, and you can have her just transition to being the AEW world champion when you need her to be that, you know. But this, like, I'm kind of with Nate on this. This has been going on for way too long, and I think everything's been established with her. I think we know who Athena is, but we are the hardcores. The main roster, the mainstream fans don't know who she is yet, so they could kind of like reintroduce her and tell this story of how she's been just destroying everybody for the last whatever amount of time, 2 years, you said. But they can't piss this away. But I've got no faith that they won't.
Damn.
Hey, just a little breaking news, guys. Joe Hendry is now the TNA World Heavyweight Champion.
No,
Good job, TNA. Good job, TNA. Way to
Joe
go.
Hendry, John Cena collision course Slammiversary.
I'm telling you, that's the match right there. That's the hey, Chris, get ready to give them subs. It's time, brother. Get ready to get them subs.
So many new subscribers, courtesy of Uncle Chris.
But nah, man. Oh yeah, there you go. Shout out to John Cena on the coverage, man. But
Shout out to Cena.
Yeah, shout out to Cena, hard working man right there. But yeah, man. Like it's Hey, what did y'all make of AEW telling the story of Jeff Jarrett wanting to be AEW World Champion? Like, what have y'all made? I saw Chris damn near eyes roll in the back of his head.
You might care less about that than TNA,
Right?
Like it wasn't good. I will say this though. I'll preface my comments by saying this. As bad as the shit that Jeff Jarrett and MJF did this past Thursday was, it's still better than everything MJF did with Adam Cole and that thing. So
Buffoonery.
Yeah, that it's better than the last year or two with Adam Cole. So I like it on that level, but as far as the promos, just MJF, I do think that his promo game is not the greatest.
It's regressed.
Right. Yeah. I think he always has to go.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. He always has to go for the low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Jeff Jarrett tried to match wits with him on that crap. I understand what he was trying to do. But it was just, I had no idea that MJF's mom was a call girl. I don't know what that's a reference to. But it wasn't good. It was not good. It's not compelling television. You know, this reminds me of MJF's last feud where I'm just waiting for it to be over. And this is the second MJF feud in a row where I'm just waiting for it to be done.
Hey Chris, do you feel like the AEW crowd has like gotten so accustomed to MJF that the whole I'm going to say this raunchy thing is like completely worn off of them?
Yeah, I think that's I didn't really know how to put it, but I think that's spot on. I think it's kind of like the controversy does wear out, man. You can only do you once you've said the most disgusting thing you can say, there's nothing left to say, you know. I mean, unless you just start making fun of Jerry Jarrett or whatever. I mean,
like I was about to say, Chris, he already brought up.
And he's already done that, so I don't really know what the bottom is for making fun of this. Yeah,
and you want to know what's so funny? I remember, like, to continue with Chris, I remember him even saying that he thought MJF should have went to WWE when he had the chance just to get a fresh coat of paint.
Yeah.
Like, and I feel like him in AEW is kind of just like, I mean, I don't think it was a bad decision on his part because he got fucking paid, but I mean,
he got the money, you know.
This again, going to the world of sports, this happens a lot. When you got somebody that's got a high ceiling, nephew, when you got somebody that's had a great year, but it's in their contract year. You sign them to the contract. Hey, I'm an Atlanta Hawks fan. Joe Johnson, shout out to you, brother. Ski Mask Joe.
Shout out to Joe.
When you give somebody that contract, sometimes it lessens the hunger, Chris. Sometimes it lessens the drive because now I got this security right here. And I feel like MJF has regressed. Like he's still good, but shock only works in contrast to its surroundings. And so if you
Right,
always
yeah.
the shock guy, you haven't given me anything to contrast it with. For instance,
Right.
for the longest time, I did not curse on podcasts. Because just as a professional broadcaster, like that's how I was trained. That's how I was brought up, man.
Right, yeah.
So it's taken me a while to kind of get looser with my language on some of these shows. And I remember the first time I said I dropped the F-bomb on a podcast when I was with Jennifer Smith. And the reaction from that woman, you would have thought that Omos had walked in the room with all the world championships, including the TNA World Championship, riding on the back of John Cena. Like the shock. She was like, "Oh my goodness, Nate Milton cursed on air," and then I was like, "Yeah, it's a new me. Allow me to reintroduce myself." I didn't say that at all. But I think when you look at the Jeff Jarrett stuff, man, that's why the MJF segment has kind of put a sour taste in my mouth. Because before that, nephew, I actually thought the Jeff Jarrett storyline was intriguing.
Yeah, I did too.
Where he's like, "Hey, this is my last ride, y'all. Like,
Right.
hey, I this is all I got left. I gotta prove this to myself.
Right.
I'm not as good as I once was, but once I'm good as I ever was. And I think there's a compelling story there that you can tell where Jeff doesn't have to win the AEW title, but and you can tell that, man, the audience has come around on Jeff Jarrett, man. Like they wanted to be invested in that story. I don't think the MJF stuff helps. But yeah, man, like it's AEW is weird right now, man. Like obviously you're gonna get great bell to bell. Like that's a given. It's just some of the storylines aren't quite hitting for me. Like that doesn't ruin the shows for me, Chris or Ray or Neff. But the storyline, like again, this is where the congruency needs to step in.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't ruin the show for you, but what it does is it tells you that, you know what, I can miss this episode of Dynamite this week. Instead of wanting to be home and watching this episode of Dynamite, I can go to, Taco Wednesday or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I can
head back to the Smash Night at the Cougar Night.
Right, yeah, you go to Cougar Night at the Smash Club. You can do something else. And that's the last
tacos
thing.
at Cougar Night.
Yeah. And
Margarita Thursdays with Chris Ely.
And AEW doesn't. That should be the last thing they want to do right now. They shouldn't want to. They should want to. The message they should be saying is every episode of our show is compelling television. If you miss this episode, you will miss something that you wish you would have saw. Right. And they haven't done that in a long time in that company. It's been a minute. And this stuff with MJF and Jeff Jarrett, I mean, blame could be spread with it, but I do think I know people love MJF, the internet loves him, but I do think you have to look at him as the common denominator, right? Because he couldn't get it to work with Adam Cole, and that feud was horrible.
Yeah, bro.
What was the last good MJF feud?
Right, yeah, I don't know.
I think he like towards on the back end of the build with Danny Garcia was kind of good.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was like September.
Right, yeah. But Nate didn't say what was kind of good. He said what was that's the
Speak
thing.
on it, Chris.
I'm just saying it's like it's like they have to do something different with that cat, man.
Hey, Chris, I don't even think it's nothing. I just think the audience is so used to him, bro. It's like it's not,
right. Well, they have to they have to put him in a situation where he's not leaning on these like controversy crutches, right? Like where he feels that he has to just say, because I mean, I think you could cut a very good, compelling promo that you could even make controversial, but you're not like talking about the dude's mama or his wife that you think is a skank or whatever. That is not, those are not good. That's not good stuff,
Yeah.
It's like, like I'll give you the example of what WWE just did with the New Day and Big E. You know, it was true stuff, and it was and if you really listen to it, like New Day didn't say anything that was like super crazy.
I love Ray. I love how dedicated Chris is to this point. He might be the preeminent heel New Day supporter in the world because he believes
the point is they did enough with the New Day to where they're not leaning on these. They said some controversial stuff, but they didn't they didn't talk about the dude's mama or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
They called out Kung Fu Kenny in LA, Chris.
It was enough to make the masses want to boo the New Day without leaning on, let's try to be uber controversial. It's like what they did was bad enough. It was like, okay, you're making fun of this guy who had a neck injury. We think you are a dick for that, you know?
And even when they talked, I was gonna say, even when they talked about his girlfriend, they weren't like, oh, and your girlfriend's a slut. No, they were like, your girlfriend is a distraction. Like all these distractions, and you're supposed to be the one that says that you're trying to come back. You got all these distractions.
Right, yeah. No, that's a good point, Ray. Like what they said about his girlfriend was bad enough. It's like you just hang out with her too fucking much.
Right.
It's not oh, your girlfriend is this gutter trash, or she's this or she's that. It's not low-hanging fruit. It's like we just don't like her because you are always with her, right?
We don't like her because she's taking you away from us.
Right, yeah. And MJF, AEW hasn't hit those notes with MJF. MJF doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't have that talent. He doesn't have that skill. And he barely has the controversy skill anymore because, like Andrew was saying, that shit is getting old and played out. So it's like you gotta fucking dig in.
It's the old saying, Chris. The old saying, like the old heads in the neighborhood used to tell us: if all you have is a hammer, then everything you see is a nail. Right. There's only one approach to telling these stories in the case of MJF, and it's like, we know you can be shocking. We know that that's a part of your skill set. Let us see more. If you want to be somebody that we take seriously, if you want to be somebody that we are invested in these feuds, because again, like I'm trying off the top of my head to think of the last great MJF feud, and it's like, I got to go back like 2 years almost.
You probably had
MJF feud.
The only thing I can recall that makes me think is probably the Ospreay stuff that wrapped up at All In. That's probably the last thing.
I thought what he did with Samoa Joe was good.
Yeah, that was good. I like the Joe stuff.
I thought that was fine. It's just I guess they didn't know how to sustain his face run, and MJF wasn't comfortable in that role. No, which is another
because I also think it was Adam Cole getting hurt too. That fucked there.
Yeah, so it's all kinds of shit going on with that. But yeah, like Nate said, everything's a nail. When you're a hammer, everything is a nail. Like MJF has to hit some new gears. He absolutely
need to switch, bro. He needs to switch. The thing is, it's just like y'all said. It's been 5 years of this same thing.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. It's been 5 years, bro. I'm just gonna get in this promo and I'm gonna say the most shocking thing.
You're still serving up pandemic promos, Maxwell. Come on, brother. Right. It's time to evolve, brother.
And I heard people.
Go ahead. I was gonna say. I would say something to the standard you were speaking about, in terms of great. Probably CM Punk, the feud he had with Punk.
That was great. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I would say great. I think the feud he had with Joe was good. I would say the feud he had with CM Punk was great. Yeah. But it's like with MJ.
Hey, Nate, the Muffin Man, always in the conversation, bro.
Come on. We couldn't start the year off, Ray, without talking about the Muffin Man, even tangentially.
But go ahead, Chris. My fault.
No, it's all good. It's like, and I heard people criticizing Jeff Jarrett for just kind of laughing off what MJF said to him. It's like when you know a motherfucker that's always trying to hit below the belt,
Exactly.
what else are you supposed to do with that? You know, all you're gonna do is like laugh at this dude and stuff. And you know, if someone's gonna make fun of like your dead dad that got shot and stuff like that, which is what people are used to try to do to me, you know, it's like after hearing enough of that, you know what I'm saying? It just kind of bounces off of you, you know? Yeah. And I think like that's the problem with MJF. There's no controversy left for him to have. He's really, really not
there's one trick left in his bag, one bullet left in his chamber, Chris.
Right.
He could announce on the next edition of Dynamite that he is a minor shareholder in Great American Beer.
Right, yeah.
The world.
That's that. I think that'd be the official fucking dagger in his heart right there. That'd be over.
Yeah.
It's over after that, brother. But not in all seriousness, I had mentioned it earlier. Chris said it before he even came back to AEW. This shit was like in April when we did the NWA. And I remember Chris was like, he should go to WWE and get a fresh start. And hindsight is always our best friend, man. He probably should have took his ass.
Right. I think this is the thing that I think WWE is so good at that AEW just doesn't know quite how to do. WWE, if you are already good, they are good at taking the rough edges with you and kind of polishing it, you know?
Right.
They're already doing that with Penta, you know what I'm saying? They're already like Penta wasn't bad in AEW. Penta was a bright spot on AEW's programming, but when he goes to WWE, he's like, they're like, okay, let's do this and we'll have you talk and show people your personality. With Lexus King, they were like, okay, we're not calling you Brian Pillman Jr. because that person in AEW fucking sucked. So what we're going to do is we're going to have you act wild and crazy and like give you an asshole personality, kind of polish it. And now he's more like Brian Pillman than he ever was in AEW.
Yes, exactly.
You know?
Talk to him,
exactly.
Yeah, and it's like that's kind of like what's missing in AEW at the moment, right? It's like they've got all this talent there. And this is kind of what I was hoping they would do with the Hurt Syndicate. I was hoping, and there's still hope for it, but I was hoping that they would kind of polish them a little bit and improve on the stuff in AEW that WWE didn't really do, you know. And the same with Powerhouse Hobbs, you know.
Okay.
Like, look at what you guys did with them a couple of years ago and kind of polish that and turn it into a good, better product, you know. And AEW's got to start doing that. They have to, because they're playing fucking games, you know. And it's like, yeah, you got this TV deal and it makes you good for 3 years, but when the 3 years are up, you want to be asking for more money, you know. You don't want to be begging Max for just a spot on their schedule.
Yeah, and you want. I feel like AEW needs like that little kick in the ass right now. I'm talking about spark wise. Like, and again, you want to know what? I'm actually. It took me a little minute to come around on it, but I'm like starting to enjoy the Tony Storm, like her being like completely in denial about like her losing to Mariah May did not happen in Tony Storm's mind. Like I'm like actually enjoying like this, and like Nate mentioned it. You know, the rookie Tony Storm getting her first world title shot and in her home country, Australia. You know what I'm saying? And then she's, you know, she's fucking what? She a 3-time AEW Women's World Champion. She getting her first title match. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually enjoying that storyline. I'm not gonna lie. It took me a minute to come around on it, but I think. But no, I was. Oh, you were Chris. What?
To your point, Andrew, I think the thing with Toni Storm is not this amazing creative from AEW. I think Toni Storm is just that good to where she could take some jumbled, nonsensical creative and turn it into something great.
And
not
Ray Williams,
do that.
Ray Williams, staple. This stable is shaping up. So right now, in my head, we got Chris as the head of the congruency.
Right.
We've got Obafemi in the congruency. And now we've got Toni Storm in the congruency because those characters make sense. So, this stable, Chris, you got a problem on your hands. Actually, you know what, Ray? Pin this because this is something I want to make as a long-term goal for Chris. We need to do, you know how like at the end of the college football season, you got like first team All-American, da-da-da-da-da. I feel like at the end of the year, we should have like Chris's top 5, like the all congruency team. Like whose characters made the most sense from the start of the year to the end of the year and see who Chris felt did the best job with what they were given. All congruency.
I think AEW could really use like a as far as the men's division goes, it's like a nice little kick in the ass. And I think there's only like one person that they have on the roster that can actually do that. And but that will require you to bring him back, which is Ricky Starks. And Ricky Starks is like wrestling at indie shows now. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? But like,
here's the thing though, with that, nephew, even if they did bring Ricky back, I don't think that helps because part of the issue with why, again, the wrestling is fantastic. Like, don't get it twisted. But the stories is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason why, even if you brought back Ricky, like we love Ricky Starks on this program, man. If you brought Ricky back, yes, you've got another talent in this company. But where does he fit in the grand scheme of things? Because, again, we're a top-heavy company, and the Death Riders take up so much of the oxygen in this company. I feel like after a week or two, whatever buzz Ricky brings in, it's going to be gone. It's dissipating.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Like it's like I mean, and then even to back up your point, Nate. Like I mean, Ricky hasn't been on television in almost a year, dog. Do you act like he had, like the last time Ricky Starks wrestled for AEW was March 2024, bro.
Right, yeah.
Like he's been sitting on your roster for this long. He's been clear.
That Ricky Starks is another person who goes to bed at night and prays to the universe. Lord, give me the Carmelo Hayes spot, please, Lord.
but no, it's crazy to me like that he's like legitimately been off AEW TV for almost a year, and that's why it's impossible for me not to believe that this has something to do with him being at WrestleMania and being at the Rumble and being so open about supporting Cody and Jade and you know what I'm saying, it's in like again we've all said this on the podcast that Tony may feel that Ricky is on his way out, but I'm like, wouldn't you at least want to like try to get something out of it, like at least get him there to put somebody over, motherfucker? Like if all reports are accurate, his contract up in like 3 months. Yeah, so like that window is like, you know,
they get nothing out of it every time they like someone gets, you know, you're keeping this guy off of TV. He's gonna go to WWE. He's probably gonna be important for a little while in WWE. and you're not doing anything to kind of like if he's gonna go to WWE, at least have him put somebody over on his way out. That's how it should always be. Like with Ricochet when he went to AEW. Put somebody over on his way out of the company, you know? Yeah. So it's not like, okay, he's sitting there, you're getting some use out of the guy, and it's like, you know, he's going to the other company, but
and it also sends a message, Chris. it also sends a message to prospective hires where it's like, yo, if they doing this with Ricky, who was like one of their first dudes, or if they're doing this dance with somebody like Ray Phoenix, it's like, is that really where I want to be if that's how they do business?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Is that a company I even want to go to? Is that a place I even want to fuck with? That's a very good point, man. It's like, and it's just way too much of that. Like, I was very disheartened by the lack of push that Powerhouse Hobbs got off of that episode of Collision last week, you know. And again, AEW didn't do a horrible job with him, but I think that they had the perfect chance and Solid Monster brought this up too, so I want to give him credit for it. They had the perfect chance with that guy on Wednesday to build him up to a point where you are telling people that you want to watch this show because of this guy. And they just did not do it. They dropped the ball completely with it, man.
Right.
It was completely, you know what I'm saying? You guys are WWE showed you that they are taking the streaming game seriously that first week, and you didn't do a good job not a bad job, but you didn't do as optimal of a job streaming that they did. At least for once you stumbled on this Powerhouse Hobbs stuff. If you watch that episode of Collision last week, man, he was the most over guy on that show. He was he was the buzz of the internet, to the point where people were saying he should win the belt on Wednesday. I heard plenty of people say that. And the fact that they did absolutely nothing with them is disheartening, you know, especially if you're a fan, especially if you're looking for an alternative.
Right.
And you just didn't give us that alternative, you know?
Yeah. First of all, Ray and nephew, before y'all pick up the conversation, want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Dolores, we see you. Chris, we see you. Anybody? Steve Willie now of Nefarious Media. The conscience is in the building in the chat. So if y'all have any comments, questions, thoughts about what we're talking about, hit us up. Ray will curate your comments. And again, if you want to skip the line, if you want to be a VIP, if you want to say something shocking like MJF, hit that super chat button and get to the front of the line.
Right. I'm about to say, but so y'all want to jump into some Rumble predictions? I mean, we only got 3 matches.
Okay. Do that,
but so we got
we about to get to this Royal Rumble, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do. This is a Graps friendly show, ladies and gentlemen.
We got the February 1st Royal. This is the first time Rumble took place outside of January. I think maybe
feels like it.
But yeah, February 1st.
So you know who got to win this Rumble?
Wait. Because isn't that Saturday night's main event before?
Yeah, Saturday night's main event is the week before, the Saturday before. Yeah.
All right.
And matter of fact, hey Chris, you know what? Shout out look at Dr. Ely, man. He just reminded me of Saturday night's main event. Like, give it up for Dr. Ely, man.
That's what he
because I've been getting some crazy predictions off of that Saturday night's main event. Obviously, people didn't learn from the first episode. So we got, I'll play along today.
So let's do Saturday night's main event first. And then we got because that's coming up. So we got let's do. I'm actually interested in this. Like I'm like kind of sad and like, and that's more so laughing at myself at how like engaged I am at this. But Braun Strowman versus Jacob Fatu. I don't know why, bro, but I know why, because I want to see them beat the shit out of each other. But
yes,
of course, Jacob's probably gonna win this match, or it'll probably be like a no contest or something like that. But I'm just for the sake of picking somebody, I'm gonna say Jacob. What you thinking, Nate? And then we go Chris, then we go Ray.
Yeah, definitely going with Jacob Fatu on these streets. Like I feel like he's getting this chance to blossom now as we have this fractured new bloodline. So yeah, I say either Jacob or the caveat, like you mentioned, Andrew. This could easily be one of those screwball finishes where nobody really loses, and who knows, maybe a beer salesman will come in and be the deciding factor in that match, brother.
Hey, Nate, do you think they're going to, before we go to Chris, you think they're going to try Hogan out since he on like all the promotional material?
They gonna try him out again because they are stubborn and they are hard headed. And again, Chris
San
and I are a little
like
bit older, man. As our parents and grandparents used to say, a hard head ultimately makes for a soft behind. Because you're gonna find out, you're gonna F around and you're gonna find out. Like, I think this will be the last time, though. I think this is the time where they trot Terry Bartholomew Vallejo back out there, Ray Williams, and it's a wrap. It's over. Because even in San Antonio, even in Texas, even with those lovely big women, as Charles Barkley would say inside the NBA on TNT, he getting booed, ladies and gentlemen. Hogan is getting booed again.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be beautiful.
I agree. I think we talked about this on Kings of Sport a week or two ago. I do think they're gonna trot him out there on Saturday night's main event. I do think they are gonna be a little bit more mindful with it. But it's like he's gonna get booed in San Antonio too. San Antonio, any premier city, this guy is getting booed because the
Hold
city.
on, Chris. Hold on.
Yeah.
I hate to be the person that extends a helping hand to Hulk Hogan, but I think I might have to give Triple H some unsolicited advice here. If you want to, if not eliminate the boos for Terry, because I don't think that's ever going to happen, especially when you go to these metropolitan areas, as Chris mentioned. Yeah. But I think if you want to mitigate it and spin it, spinning is going to be something a lot of people in power do for the next 4 years, ladies and gentlemen. I think if I am Triple H, if I'm TKO, every time Terry Bollea comes out, nephew, to promote Real American Beer, he is going to be joined by a new spokesperson, former NBA veteran Carlos Boozer. Now follow me, Ray Williams, because that way every time Hogan goes out and gets them boos, here's them boo birds, he'd be like, no, brother, they weren't booing me. They were giving it up for the boos here. Carlos Boozer, Hulkamania, what you gonna do, brother?
Just like the one.
Hey, hold on, mate. Hold on, time out.
Wait, what you gotta say, nephew?
Nate is usually on point with the jokes, but we're not giving him no fake laughs on that one.
Let me pull that picture of Carlos Boozer next to me.
Here's the thing,
Chris, you gotta respect the effort that went into that joke.
I respect the effort, but here's the thing with Mr. Bollea. A city is a city for a reason, right? WWE is in this, always been in this weird position. So, because we all know Vince McMahon at his heart is a hardcore Republican, but WWE's always tried to separate itself from Southern wrestling. So they don't want to be associated with the MAGA types. They want to have shows where they are saying,
at least not in public.
Yeah, exactly. They want to have shows where they're saying Macaulay Culkin was there and Ashton Kutcher was there and Academy Award nominee Mila Kunis was there and A-lister after A-lister.
You saying they wouldn't be excited like, hey, we're here in Columbia, South Carolina. Nancy Mace's in the building.
Right, exactly. That's the image they don't want.
Let's take it outside.
Yeah, they want the image of we are the progressive company and we are the mainstream company. So when they go to a city, they are going to get this kind of reaction. It doesn't matter if it's in a red state or blue state. What matters is the city, because cities are usually hubs of diversity, of people with differences. Alabama is a red state. Birmingham is a blue city. You feel me? Texas is a red state. Austin, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, those are blue cities, right?
Mhm.
So it's like you can't really separate yourself from that, right? And Hogan, maybe if you go to a non-city, which WWE does not like to play, they like playing cities, they want to play like cities like with like where the population is like 3 million or more. That's where they like to play.
Like that WWE ain't going to fucking North Dakota.
Yeah, they're not going to they're not going to Webster.
Hey, shout out to North Dakota. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah. They're not going to Brock Lesnar's hometown.
Right.
They're going to they're going to the cities, right? So Hogan is a part of a bygone era. He brings
this man got booed in his own hometown, his own backyard, Chris.
Right, yeah, that's the thing. He was built from Los Angeles his whole career, from Venice Beach, California, right? Mm-hmm. This is like Hulk Hogan sold out WrestleManias in Los Angeles, right? Mm-hmm. WrestleMania 7, he did a job getting with the mainstream.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all didn't see what happened because y'all don't know Chris like I know Chris. But the mental math that was going on in Chris's head, because he started to say Hogan did a good job. Then I think he wanted to say Hogan did a decent job. And then Chris settled on Hogan did a job at WrestleMania 7.
he did a decent job at WrestleMania 7. Granted, they didn't sell out the Coliseum like he wanted to, but they did. I was at the sports arena that night at WrestleMania 7. Macaulay Culkin was there too. Yeah. Macaulay Culkin was there too. Like he's getting booed in places like Los Angeles, which is unheard of, right? Because he always Hulk Hogan was a guy that you could count on to get cheered in the cities. He got cheered in Toronto, he gets cheered in New York, he gets cheered in Los Angeles, and you can't count on that with him anymore, right?
Nope.
Yep.
So like WWE is gonna have to ask themselves a question: Do you want that MAGA crowd, or do you want the mainstream crowd, right? Because I think the mainstream crowd works better for a brand like WWE. Mm-hmm. I think the MAGA crowd kind of works for UFC. I don't know what the specs are with UFC. I don't know how they're doing, like if they're doing as good as they were before Dana White lost his goddamn mind or not. But I think WWE definitely plays better to the mainstream crowd. I think that I don't even think it's a question. I think they do, because they've been shitting on the fucking rednecks for so long, like, so I mean, that's their crowd is mainstream. This is what Vince McMahon wanted. This is why Vince McMahon was smart enough not to lean into MAGA the first time Trump won. He kind of like stayed clear of that and let people fight amongst themselves over it, So yeah, the shorter answer is they're gonna trot him out there at Saturday night's main event. Maybe they won't put him in front of the crowd. He is going to get booed. He's going to get
even if he just shows up on the Titantron, he getting booed, Chris.
Right, yeah. Like I think that relationship is done. I think Hogan doesn't mean what he used to mean, because like the people that were kids when Hulk Hogan was popular are like me and your age, Nate, like we are in our 40s now, There might be some kids that catch them at the tail end of the NWO stuff that are in their 30s, but like the kids that were young in 2010, he doesn't mean anything to those kids, like
me.
Right. Yeah. He doesn't mean anything to like kids that grew up when John Cena was coming up, when Batista was coming up, and when CM Punk was still in ROH, when Tyler Black, Seth Rollins was still in ROH. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't mean anything to those kids,
No. And I think, one last point on Hogan, nephew, is, because people were talking during that first night of Raw on Netflix, like, well, why is Taker not getting booed the same way Hogan got booed?
I'm about to say, take an interview, Trump.
Yeah, take an interview, Trump. Yeah. Taker's been rocking his Blue Lives Matter gear all around the town.
And he came out the doggone Kid Rock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he came out to Kid Rock. He probably drinks real American beer in his pastime. But I think there's two reasons why Taker didn't get that reaction. Number one, he was not coming out here just to sell. Like, he was coming out here to give love to Rhea Ripley, because I guess that's her hero, whatever, cool, whatever. But he was not out here to sell a product like the beer that Hogan was trying to sell to us. But I think the other part is, Chris just mentioned, anybody that was a fan of Hogan, probably in their 30s or 40s now, like when you was a young Hulkamaniac, like that was your dude for the most part. He was never my dude. I ain't never liked Hulk Hogan. I've been proven right on that point. Me and Bobby the Brain Heenan, RIP, we was always right about that man Hulk Hogan. But I think when you look at Hogan, like obviously there's a MAGA component to the point where he was at the RNC. He's wearing his mega, Trumpomaniac shirt, the mega powers, the MAGA powers. But I think, Andrew, there's something different to Taker supporting Trump, basically as Mark Calloway.
Right, yeah.
Than Terry Bollea supporting Trump as Hulk Hogan. Like, that's all he does at these appearances. He's not out here like, hey, man, I think Trump's got a good idea going with these tariffs, and, we really should strengthen our borders, brother. I'm worried about how social media affects our children and our young people. No, he's, what you gonna do, brother, when Trump and the strong arms of MAGA run wild on, like, he's doing all the wrestling stuff. And I think at a certain point, fans that were fans of Hulk Hogan is like, nah, dog, you're not gonna fuck up my childhood by dragging this into some politics thing. And then on top of that, every time Hogan shows up, you get a new batch of people that are reminded of the racist things Hogan has said, the racist things Hogan has done. Like, hell, even with this damn beer rollout, Ray, the young lady that was one of the team that was kicked out, and she alleged that Hogan did and said racist things towards her. And so it's like, when you get all of that coming together, there's a reason why people ain't rocking with Hogan.
Right.
Even Pat McAfee, who I'm sure, like, again, Chris, Pat McAfee and I probably voted two very different ways on November 5th last year. I don't know, but I'm assuming that me and Pat voted two different ways on November 5th. Even Pat was eating Hogan up.
Right.
Pat fried Hogan up the next day.
Well, here's the thing, too. There are, like, I know we make fun of MAGA a lot on this show, probably more than any other podcast, wrestling podcast you've ever listened to. But I'm not stupid enough not to think there are gradations to MAGA-dom, like not every MAGA is created the same way. And there are going to be certain people in that MAGA universe that are hated more than others, right? If I was at that wrestling show where Undertaker came, I would not have been booing Undertaker. I wouldn't have been cheering him, but I just don't. Undertaker doesn't spark rage and anger out of me the way Hulk Hogan does. He just doesn't. Like, the Undertaker is who he is. We definitely don't share each other's politics, but I think Undertaker is, I don't really think I could say objectively about Undertaker. I don't think he's a political guy. I really don't. I think he's more like he said in that where he was bigging up Trump. He likes Trump because he thinks Trump brought the fun back in politics. Right. I wholeheartedly disagree.
Right.
But I do think that's truly how Undertaker feels. Yeah. I don't think he likes Trump so much for the racism and shit like that. I just think this is just something this is just a convenient wagon for him to ride on, right? The same with Triple H. You know, I said this to Nate and to Ray when we did Kings of Sport. I honestly do believe that if Kamala Harris won the presidency and Triple H was invited to take pictures with Kamala Harris, he would have done that. You know, I think Trump is just the convenient middleman between him and power that TKO wants to have, you know, and he was going to ride whatever train he was going to ride on, you know, because that's kind of how Vince McMahon was too, you know, like Vince McMahon invited Obama and McCain to an episode of Raw back in the day, you know, and did like had them do segments for the show, right? So I mean, I think like with Undertaker, with Triple H, they didn't get booed because they are not ignorant with their politics. They're not doing the shit that Hogan does. Hogan is just another level of cringe, of disgusting. He looks like a piece of shit. He is not somebody you want to tell your little kids to be like. You know, we know too much of Hulk Hogan's dirty laundry. One thing that Undertaker was so good at for like 30, 40 years is not letting you into his life. You know, right. Undertaker is a mysterious person. And when you see that reaction he got in LA, you understand why he's a mysterious person. You know, Hulk Hogan has to be out front like everybody. Hulk Hogan is the P. Diddy of the wrestling world. He's got to be all up in the videos, all up in business that doesn't belong to him, doesn't concern him. That's who Hogan is.
Gotcha.
Hey, Ray, who you got on the Brother Nate gone?
He just stepped out real quick.
Right back.
But yeah, it's funny how
Braun Strowman versus Jacob Fatu.
Yeah, we always have our tangents, and we gotta circle back. Oh yeah, we were talking about Jacob Fatu. But yeah, I agree with you guys. I think Jacob Fatu is going to win. I think, and of course, you can't count out the influence of Tama Tonga, and it's funny. It's been interesting to see like the absence of Solo right now. It's kind of like they've only been highlighting Tama and Jacob Fatu kind of running roughshod.
Solo was on TV this past Friday, but he didn't say nothing.
It wasn't a good segment though.
He just got in the ring and then he acted like he was about to, you know, like share his mind or whatever after losing Tribal Combat, and then he just left the room. And then Jacob Fatu took the mic and he was like, "I'm just getting started." So I think we're about to like transition into that Jacob Fatu singles run, which I think, which I'm very excited for actually.
Oh, he didn't say "I love you" Solo.
No, he didn't. Like, cause you know he doesn't have the Ula Fala anymore. So Jacob didn't even do the thing where he kind of just, you know, stood at still while Solo was coming out. Like he didn't do the whole thing. So
I've been feeling kind of bad for SmackDown during this Netflix era. They've got they are a casualty of it, man. But yeah, I'm with y'all. I think Jacob Fatu is going to beat Braun Strowman. I think Jacob Fatu is a priority for them at the moment.
Yeah,
he is somebody that they care about. He's somebody that they have protected, you know, and you always got to pay attention to the guys that they protect. You know, you have to pay attention to the guys that they make look strong, and the guys who they kind of give a personality to. And I think for that reason, Jacob Fatu is I don't think he's just beating Braun Strowman. I think he's beating the brakes off of Braun Strowman. I think this is going to be a glorified squash match. So that's my opinion.
So we got next up, got Braun Breaker defending the Intercontinental Championship against Sheamus. Brother Ray, go to you first. Do you think Sheamus will finally get his first Intercontinental title, or do you think he will be taking that L once again? So let me just say this: the last 2 times him and Braun Breaker went 1-on-1, it was no contest or like a DQ or something like that. So Braun Breaker has never like beaten Sheamus 1-on-1 in a singles match. So, but if you like, I'm gonna just start. I think Braun's retaining. I don't think Sheamus is about. I don't think Sheamus getting the belt.
Yeah, I agree. The same way Professor Chris felt about Kevin Owens winning the championship on Saturday night's main event is the same way I feel about Sheamus winning. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they still want to build that up a little bit more. It may happen at Mania, or it may happen.
Right, yeah.
But I don't think it's happening this Saturday.
Yeah, Chris? I don't think that Braun Breaker is losing in front of the NBC audience. That's too big of an audience. And I do think they look at things like that. I don't think it would hurt him if he lost to Sheamus on Saturday night's main event. I just don't think that's something that they desire to have happen.
True.
So next up we got, which I would assume will be the main event, we got Gunther defending the World Heavyweight Championship against Jey Uso. Jey Uso does not stand a chance. He's losing this match. Gunther's winning. Ray, in any even explanation that you have, brother?
Nope. I agree with you.
I agree with you, but I'm gonna throw the people a bone because I do hate when people make these ridiculous predictions. And I don't think Jay is winning, but the only scenario where I could see Jay winning
is if Gunther gets hurt.
That's not. I'm actually more optimistic for these losers than that. So, I'm not more. I'm just giving them a dream scenario. So let me just table that. So I could see Gunther losing to Jay if somebody came out there and cheated, if like Goldberg came back and cheated to make Jay win, and then if Jay wins the belt, he's losing it immediately after winning it, and then so we could get to CM Punk versus whoever he's going to be fighting for that belt at WrestleMania, because I still am not of the belief that it's going to be Gunther or Jey Uso or anyone like that. I think it's going to be one of the top guys in that company, two of the top guys in that company fighting for that. And I just think with a Ross,
Chris, what you think about Punk Roman, since they already did Punk Rollins already?
Yeah, that's a good, like, I could see any combination of the main guys. I was talking to Nate and Ray about this. I see Punk, I see what's his name, Cody, Roman Reigns, and then the fourth guy you could insert McIntyre, Rollins, whoever, but Cody, Roman, and who did I just say?
Muffin Man.
Punk. Those guys are main event in WrestleMania. I think all three of them are main eventing. And I don't know who. And maybe if Cena wanted to fight Gunther at Mania, that could happen. But I do think that belt is not going to be on Gunther by WrestleMania. I think it's going to be on somebody else.
Hard to disagree.
Yeah,
Hard to disagree.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. You know, these are just guesses, but I wanted to give that scenario to the people that have been getting at me on the Blue Sky and on Twitter, like because I don't see Jay winning, but if you wanted me to do like mental gymnastics to a scenario where Jay could win, that's the only scenario I see it happening.
Hey Nate, so Nate, we need your 2 predictions. We got Braun Breaker defending the Intercontinental title against Sheamus. Do you think Sheamus will finally get the belt? And then we have Gunther defending against Jey Uso at Saturday night's main event.
Okay. 2 very easy matches to predict in my opinion. Number 1, I didn't hear what y'all said because obviously for those with keen eyes, I had to switch microphones, man. My other mic was getting a little too hot, man, because all this nefarious work I've been doing, man. The mic is like, hey, I need time to rest, brother. But I feel like with the first match, come on, man, you ain't gonna have me out here slandering Ricky Steiner's baby boy, man. Because I think to something Chris said earlier, there are different levels to your young stars, right? Like Carmelo is in a good spot, but he ain't in the bronze spot. That's the dude. Like that's one of the dudes that we rocking with for the foreseeable future. This man, LeBron Breaker, on these streets. In terms of Gunther, Slim Walt, and
Slim Walt fucking beats me. Slim Walt.
I'm telling you, Slim. Yeah, the repackaging, the rebranding. When Gunther loses this title, you be like, I need to go back to my roots. Back in the days, man. I need to. You gonna see footage, montages, right? Not of Gunther training in the gym, but training at the training table, at the buffets. Slim Walt. I got to go back to who I was before. Put a little beef on here. Big meaty man slapping meat. Big Walt will be back after Gunther loses the title. But no, man, I think there's a good story here with Jey Uso. But nah, come on, no yeet, nephew, no yeet.
No yeet. Facts. So let's move over to the Royal Rumble. I think this one is going to be, to Chris's point, like very indicative of what that WrestleMania main event scene is going to look like. So we got Cody Rhodes.
No, man, but can you make that cover a little bit bigger by any chance? I just want to see who's on it because I'm judging everything.
We got Slim Walt, we got Kevin Owens, we got Cody, we got the Usos. That's Liv Morgan, Dominic, Drew McIntyre, Solo, Rhea Ripley, Cena, Bianca, Roman, Nia Jax, CM Punk, Bayley, Naomi, Seth Rollins, Damian Priest, and LA Knight.
All right, so for the Gunther fans, I want to give you guys a little bit of hope.
Okay.
He is in the first little frame of that poster, but his face
Chris breaking down posternomics.
His face isn't that big, you know.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on.
Yeah.
We got to interpret this. So what you're saying is his positioning is peak. His positioning is prime, but the way they have him arranged is diminishing to him.
Right? Yeah. It's like because if you bring the poster back up. Because you have to compare him to other people, okay? Look at where Cody, you can't fucking miss him on this poster. He is like right there in your goddamn face.
Yeah.
Like he is like that. Well, that bleach blonde hair is blinding a nigga. He is doing that. So Cody is fine. Yeah. Roman Reigns is pretty prominent on that poster too, on that second row.
He's in the same pose as Gunther, just bigger.
Yeah. You see him prominently, but after Cody, your eyes immediately travel to Roman, and you can make the argument that your eyes might travel to Roman first. They don't travel to Gunther. In the middle of the poster is okay. But they're putting Cena on there for like good measure.
I don't see anybody in that spot.
Yeah, they got him sharing a frame with motherfuckers. So
Bianca on there.
Bianca's on there, yeah. So
and you got Punk by Naomi and Bayley.
Right, yeah. And Bianca's face is pretty big. Out of all the women, her face is probably the biggest. So
The zoom got it.
yeah, thank you for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ray. Yes,
Yeah,
this is what we need to
thank
break
you
it
for
down.
that, Ray. We have to dissect this the right way. You know?
Hold on,
So-
wait. The fucking segment dissecting Royal Rumble poster.
Look at Roman Reigns on that. Look at Roman Reigns on that poster.
Okay, Ray. Scroll up to scroll. So we see how Roman looks, right? Scroll up to Gunther. Scroll up to Slim Wall. All right, same basic pose, but yeah, as you can see, look, Gunther like, yeah, Cody, I'm intimidating. I'm out here. Scroll down, Ray. The tribal chief is like, nah, kid, this is how you slide into the side of a
Right,
post,
yeah.
dog.
Like it's funny because Cody has the frame by himself and Gunther has the frame by himself pretty much, you know.
Nah, go
Not
to
Gunther.
sharing it. He's sharing it with
Roman
KO.
Reigns has the frame by himself pretty much, you know. It's you know, I look at things like this. Bianca's pretty prominent. I gotta give her
Yeah.
props.
Queen right there. Look at the queen right next to Bianca.
Oh yeah, she's there. She's kind of in the Gunther spot a little bit. Like
Gunther wishes he could have the Nia Jax spot right there.
yeah.
Bianca's face is bigger than Nia's whole body.
Yeah, I'm about to say Bianca's face is huge on that thing.
Hey,
man.
bro. Hey, real quick on Bianca, bro. I know we talked about this so many times, but it's so hilarious seeing not hilarious in a bad way, but hilarious in a funny way. Seeing Bianca's like you know what I'm saying. She's like the person now. Like I remember those days when people was like, man, Bianca is like this and that, and you know that it'd be like she wasn't getting enough, and then she's over pushed, and then now Bianca's kind of just like she's like number one in that women's division. You know what I'm saying? So that's cool to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Cody versus KO for the undisputed WWE title. Both the Cody's belt and the Winged Eagle titles are going to be suspended above the ring in a ladder match. I think that at first I was very much of that belief that I thought Kevin Owens was going to win, but I think you know what? Now I'm still kind of on the fence about it now that I'm like really thinking about it. But I'm gonna say.
No, I think your instinct was in the
With Kevin
correct
Owens.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then you kind of
Hey, Chris, that's because I've been saying, Kate, I have been saying for like the last 2 months that I think that Kevin Owens is going into Mania as world champion, and I think he's going to defend against Sami Zayn. I think it's going to be KO versus Sami at Mania for the title.
that is
ambitious. Chris, let me say this. Let me say this: either Mania or Elimination Chamber Academy.
Chris said that is ambitious.
It's very ambitious.
I don't think it's that ambitious considering who's booking the show. Like, one thing that I know about Triple H is he has a soft spot for his NXT guys, like those dudes who were, and not just dudes, but
his draft class,
his draft, like the entire class or whatever. Like those individuals that were with him during the early beginning of like when NXT started to blow up, he has a soft spot for them. Like that's why you always see like the Finn Balor is always in these prominent positions, always in TV. Like even like Bianca, I think even though he never gave Bianca the NXT Women's title, like you can tell that Bianca is always his priority. She's always going to be in something like that. That's one of his Oscars the same way. He treats Kevin Owens the same way. He books Sami Zayn the same way. He like anybody who was with him during that period, you're going to get treated that way. Y'all motherfuckers are going to see that when Malachi Black comes back to WWE. You're going to see it. You're going to see. I'm telling you.
That like, Triple H has a softer spot for them dollar bills in the Cody Rhodes is main event with that belt. I don't see a reality.
Could you see a transitional run for KO?
But no, but see,
not with Cody's belt. This
is what I was saying. Prior to my whole thing about Kevin Owens getting a title run, that was me with the idea in mind that The Rock wasn't going to come back on the Netflix show and do a full babyface turn. Like I thought that what I was thinking was we were either going to get Kevin Owens and Sami at Mania, and the reason I was saying that was because I thought The Rock was going to come back and then he was going started shit with Cody again, and then we was gonna be The Rock versus Cody for that fucking People's Championship that he be carrying around. Like that's what I thought was gonna happen. But now that The Rock's out of the picture, seemingly, I think Cody's gonna retain over KO, and then whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. Like I think you know what, I think they'll do something like where Kevin pulls his title down and Cody pulls his title down, and then they run it back in Kevin's home country of Canada for Elimination Chamber. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say Kevin pulled the Winged Eagle, Cody pulls down the undisputed title, and then they run it back in KO home country. But I think Cody end up walking in the Mania with the title. But Nate, what you thinking? Cody KO ladder match?
I was gonna say, what kind of match again is this, nephew?
Ladder match.
Okay, so a ladder. For those that are unfamiliar with the concept of a ladder, Ray Williams, a ladder is something which you use to get to a higher place, something where you climb up the rungs and overcome adversity. Another word for adversity, Ray Williams, is difficulty. A synonym for difficulty, Chris, is hard times. Bringing us back to the participants in this match, we got the American Nightmare, the son of a plumber, versus this man KO on these streets. And while I respect what KO has been bringing to the table, I like the intensity that KO's bringing. He can keep his little winged eagle belt, man. That's cute. Keep it cute, KO. But you ain't beating Cody Devontae Rhodes, man. Yeah. You ain't beating Cody Devontae Rhodes, not now. Certainly not in February. You know why, KO. And not at WrestleMania either, brother. Not at WrestleMania either.
Cody Rhodes is their guy, man. Until he's not anymore.
Dwayne told us he carried the company on his back, Chris.
Right, yeah. I mean, honestly, that's the message they're telling everybody. If you were out here for that Raw on Netflix, Cody Rhodes' face was plastered all over the fucking place, man. You saw him more than you saw anybody else. So I really do think that they are bullish on Cody Rhodes, and Cody Rhodes is not going to just be losing to anybody, right? He's not. They are going to protect his wins and stuff. I don't even know if he's going to lose at this year's WrestleMania unless he's fighting Cena. Then I could kind of see it happening. And even then, I really don't see it happening because I just, like Nate just said, I think Cody Rhodes for the time being is just a made man in that company. Yeah. And I just don't see anyone fucking with him for that top spot. Him and Roman Reigns, that's your Rock and Cena. That's your Rock
and Austin.
Yeah, that's who those two are, man.
Brother Ray.
Yeah. Brother Nate stole my Black History Month joke. I was like, KO maybe would have had a chance if it was January.
You over there snacking?
Not on February 1st.
Ray, are you eating on the program, brother?
you eat on it. Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. Hold on, time out, Ray. Time out, Ray. You first you take the post-wrestling Lexus. Now you eating on the job.
See, there you go.
Somebody got to get a sternly worded email.
4 hours, brother.
Tomorrow. Come on, Ray.
I say, who you got, Ray?
I got Cody. Man,
so shout out to Ray, man, producer Ray. He doing it all, man. He got his food, got his Lexus. He producing the show. He zooming in on posters. He doing it all, man.
Yeah, clip that poster breakdown, by the way, Ray.
That's a hey Ray, please title that Posternomics, bro. Please, begging you, bro.
This man Chris Ely went CSI on the poster and broke it down to you why Slim Walt will not see night 1 or night 2 in the main event of WrestleMania.
But you killing me with the Slim Walt.
The real ones never forget, Gunther. We know who you truly are, brother.
So Ray, Nate's gonna be happy about this one. I already know he about to say some bullshit, but we got the Women's Royal Rumble. And the only person officially announced for this match is now Jax. So I can't tell you who's gonna win the Rumble, but I'm gonna just say Charlotte Flair. I think Charlotte's gonna win. Charlotte's gonna win the Rumble. Nate, be serious for 5 minutes, please.
So here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Nia Jax, not like most girls on these streets. She gonna set records in this Rumble. I'm telling you, Ray Williams. I'm telling you, nephew. She gonna set the record for the most eliminations in a female Royal Rumble. But she ain't gonna win though. Okay. We're gonna see some surprises. We're gonna see our girl Jordan Grace up in the building.
Yeah.
We're gonna see some other TNA stars pop up. None named Tessa Blanchard.
AJ Lee? AJ Lee?
Hell, AJ Lee might put the boots on for one night only, nephew. But at the end of the day, I'm thinking in my mind, again, I'm not sure about the availability, but if I were booking this, WrestleMania is like where you Royal Rumble is kind of your springboard, Chris, into some bigger things and some bigger stories, man. And I would go one of two ways with this. Yes, you can go the Charlotte Flair route. Yes, that makes sense. But if she is available, there's only one person I would want to win the Royal Rumble. What's the weather like up near you, Ray? I know you're a little bit more north than I am, but it's snowing out here. What's it doing up in your neck of the woods?
I think earlier it was snowing a little bit.
Okay.
I think it's tampered down. But
Is it snowing in DC, nephew?
It was hailing outside for a little bit.
So we got snow, we got rain, we got hail. It seems to me, Ray Williams, that a storm is brewing. A storm is brewing. The former Mrs. Chris Ely, Jade Cargill, wins the Royal Rumble. Mark it down right here, folks.
Oh, I like that. I mean, that's a nice little prediction. Hey, but Nate, who do you think is going to be revealed as the person who put Jade Cargill out of action? You think it's going to be Bianca?
I hate it because I think it is going to be Bianca.
It's going to be Bianca.
But to me, it's like
give me the heel turn. Give me the heel. I've been waiting for this. Well,
here's the thing. Here's the sad part about it, though, nephew. I'm here for the Bianca heel turn. I think she'll crush it as a heel, but she's still going to be getting cheered against Jade. So is she a heel?
That's the funny thing about it. That's the funny thing about it. Hey, Chris, let me ask you that. So before we go back to the Royal Rumble, do you think Bianca's going to be revealed as the person who attacked Jade?
Probably. I think they might try to go extra creative because that's kind of seems like what they like to do in WWE these days.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They just kind of like going out of left field. But I could also see them saying, let's just keep it simple and have Naomi do it, be the one that did it. As far as who's winning the women's Royal Rumble, I don't know, man. This is a tough one for me. Because I could see if Charlotte was returning that night, I could see them wanting her to win. And I really don't know who's like next in line as far as like undercard.
It's so many like variables at play because if you think about the main, like okay, so Rhea Ripley's the women's world champion. If you talking about Royal Rumble, you could guess Becky Lynch. And on the SmackDown side, you could guess Charlotte Flair. But like I'm trying to like with you know what I'm saying? Like when like even with last year, right? Io Sky was the champion. So you guess Bailey.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the damage control thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that thing. But like with this one, like what Chris just said, it's kind of
and Jade is injured right now, isn't she?
She not hurt for real. She just this story.
Okay, because I heard someone say that she was injured and on the shelf, but I don't know.
What you heard was Brandon Phillips say you was gonna be injured and on the shelf. You kept texting, dog. Don't do it, Chris.
Yeah.
Don't do it, man. I'm concerned about you, my brother.
Bad, so.
Shout out to Mrs. Ely.
Yeah, yeah.
And if I
But,
see you come near here
yeah.
again, I'm putting you through a windshield.
So if I'm guessing, I would probably say, I could say Charlotte and not feel like it's a stupid pick. Yeah, I'll pick Charlotte.
Ray.
All right. So as far as the attacker, I think it might actually be revealed as a Naomi.
Ooh,
Because she was the only.
Yeah, that's
person
who I'm
that really
picking as the
benefited
attacker
from it.
too.
that's a good. That's a good point there, Ray.
Heel Naomi.
Yeah,
Might be good.
I mean, that's the obvious thing, in my opinion. Like, that's why I kind of think they won't make it Naomi.
Yeah.
But they've gone left field too many times this year, so I don't know if they want to do that.
Either way, like Naomi is obvious from a storyline standpoint, but Bianca's obvious from the standpoint of we know y'all want to see them fight.
Right.
So it's kind of like I think in a weird way, Chris, picking Naomi, even though it's the obvious choice, is less obvious somehow because we know y'all want to see Bianca and Jade.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of like if you have Jade and Naomi kind of feuding, then you could kind of tell that story with Bianca is like, where do your loyalty really lie?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Ray, now we cooking. We in the kitchen with Ray Williams, y'all. So I'm imagining a part of the match where like Bianca like, hey sis, y'all got to squash this, man. Whether y'all got to fight it out, talk it out, whatever. They have a match. Bianca's like, hey, this getting a little too rough out here. Bianca gets inserted somehow, and now Jade is like, oh, I thought you was my friend. Ooh, we getting Civil War. Oh my goodness. Okay, we cooking now, fellas. We cooking. Get the crock pot out, nephew. In this situation, Bianca Belair is Steve Rogers. Jade Cargill is Tony Stark, and oh my goodness, Naomi is the Winter Soldier. I thought you were my friend, Steve. I am, but he's my friend too.
You want to know what I'm thinking? I think if it is Naomi, you should probably start trying to like plant those like seeds of like doubt in Bianca, and like you can have Bianca like let's say they was like backstage or something, and Bianca's like sort of pressing Naomi a little bit about it, like you sure you don't know what happened to Jade, and then like Bianca like
Naomi's enjoying being a champion a little too much.
Yeah, or that, and like you can see Naomi start to like why she keep why she keep asking me if I know what happened to her, and then like you could say like if Bianca walks off and like Naomi kind of snarls at her a little bit, give her like a little, you know what I'm saying?
What if it's Jordan Grace?
Probably, yeah.
You want to know what, like I think like Chris had kind of got me thinking a little bit. I think they're gonna go left field. Like it's gonna be like somebody like unexpected or be least or like so, like
who you shots at Blackheart. How could you do this?
Like who like so when you like really think about it, who would have outside of the obvious heels like Anaya, Tiffany, Candace, like who would have a vendetta like that against Jade? You know what I'm saying? Like
I think I like what you said about Jordan Grace, because maybe you could kind of, and this me, I don't know, maybe I here's me cooking again. But you could have
let him cook, nephew. Let him cook.
Maybe had Jordan Grace be like a new age Mickey James to Trish Stratus, where it's like, oh, I love Naomi so much that I want to put her in a good position.
Right.
So
okay, how about this, Ray? Because I'm not kind of feeling that.
Jordan been a lackey, Ray.
Yeah, here's the route I'm feeling, Ray. Jordan is like, yo, I attacked you because you got handed everything I had to work for. I had to go through NXT. I had to come up through the trenches, through the mud, and you they was putting you in the skybox for you even had your first match.
Right.
But see, the thing about Jordan that I don't get is like that she doesn't fit like timeline. Like what the fuck was she like? Jordan was flying out from TNA on Friday. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I
have layovers, nephew. You can do a lot of an hour layover.
I'm just saying like. I mean, it's wrestling, so I mean, you could like really do anything, but But no, I'm like I just don't. It's like Jordan Grace, like it. I mean, I think people would go crazy and pop for it, but it's like what the fuck was she doing at SmackDown attacking Jay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
I think Jordan Grace needs a little bit more introduction.
Yes, bruh.
Before they start getting that way with her. Because
I'm thinking of like, good, Chris, good.
No, I think people I don't think everybody remembers her from last year. I think a segment of people do, but I don't think that
the NXT audience does, but your main audience may not.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like if you want to go around like reintroducing somebody, like maybe
when did you
give it that? Like if you want to get somebody back into singles action, you could do Asuka.
Yeah,
maybe you could do
Asuka. I want to
thank
our audience for the 20 likes we got on YouTube. I just
shout out to that. Shout out to that.
Shout out.
But like Chris in the building.
But Nate, to your point, I mean, I ain't gonna. But Naomi might be the best one. I ain't gonna lie. That might be the best option. Like, I can't think of nobody else like timeline. Why don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gotta be.
I think Jade and Nia would be a fun match, but the storyline doesn't support that.
It's right, yes. Like they will come out.
Why would our benevolent queen, Ray and nephew? Why would she stoop to lower herself to injure somebody when she already got everything in the world that she needs?
And we've already seen.
Be serious with 5 minutes,
bro. Give Nia Jax the KOD. So it's like it's not a special move for her to gift. Like Bianca is like, that woman is like ungodly levels of strong, man.
Right? The way she picked up Piper Nevin too and just walked her over.
Right.
And hit her with the KOD.
Hey, but my favorite thing about Bianca and Piper, she be choking the shit out of Piper when she do the KOD. Piper be like dying in the movie. Hey dog, go watch any Bianca Piper match and watch her put her in the KOD. I'm talking about Piper is like grabbing Bianca's hand, trying to move her hand up because she's choking the shit out of her. It's the funniest shit in the world.
Like, didn't you hear, Paul? We're supposed to be telling stories. You ain't supposed to be hurting me for real.
Wait, Dave, was that your Scottish accent?
That was my Scottish accent. Triple H said these were just stories, eh?
So Ray, did we
get acting like Will Ospreay Jr.?
So Ray, did we get your Women's Royal Rumble winner?
Yeah,
not yet.
I don't think we ever did. Ray was trying to cook. Nothing came from the meal.
Yeah, no.
We ordering takeout.
I will not get a Michelin star for that meal. But I do agree. I think my surprise of the match is going to be Asuka just entering the Royal Rumble. But as far as picks, contrary to Chris Kane's belief, I will not be picking Cora Jade.
Hey Ray,
I like that. I like that.
Time out, Ray. I saw that tweet that you sent out on the CW premiere. Ray, the real winner soldier.
I like that. I like that.
My lactate is right here. Yeah. For my milk consumption, my lactate is right here.
Cora Jade.
Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Ray Williams.
Hey, Ray Williams has been real thirsty. October 1st, 2024. I seen them tweets, Ray. You was being real devious.
Like, I got a Lexus now.
Hey, bro. Hey, Ray, hold on. You mentioned that Cora Jade, she showed up at Genesis too. She confronted Marsha Slam.
Yep.
So yeah, they probably gonna do that match at Vengeance Day. But hey, Ray, I ain't forget. I seen the tweets.
It's all good-hearted. I wasn't good.
Good-hearted.
It's all good-hearted, baby.
It's good, clean fun.
But let me get
freaky ass. Freaky Ray.
You're a freaky frog, Ray. Freaky frog. It's just a freaky frog.
But
wow, Ray Williams has been
Hey,
exposed, ladies
hey,
and
bro,
gentlemen. This is how we start in 2025, ladies and
Ray
gentlemen.
don't get paid enough for this slander, bro. He'll get...
Well, look, what did Cat tell y'all last year? It might have been 13 months too late for Ray, but all lies will be exposed this year,
Hey,
boo-boo.
bro.
All the dirt shall come to the light, boo-boo.
Okay, so we're gonna finally get Ray's predictions for the Bronx.
Yeah.
not Core Jade. Yeah, I think Charlotte is a safe pick. I think I'm gonna go with Charlotte as well.
We can go Charlotte. All right, so the last one we got the men's 2025 Royal Rumble. Right now, the world champions are Gunther, Cody Rhodes. So far we have in the Rumble we have LA Knight, John Cena, the Muffin Man CM Punk, Jey Uso, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, and most recently Rey Mysterio. That is a stacked field so far, brother. Stacked field. And if I'm going to guess, that's a tough one, bruh. This one might be tougher than the women's Rumble.
I'll tell you, it ain't gonna be Rey Mysterio.
That damn sure ain't gonna be Rey.
You ain't had to do that to the legend, Chris.
You know they
We know it. We know it. You ain't got to say it, Chris.
I can make my prediction for the men's one relatively easy, and I pass the mic to y'all. But I'm picking CM Punk to win the men's Royal Rumble.
I'm gonna go. Oh my goodness! Nate, you go, and then you go to Rumble last.
So the Royal Rumble, also known as the Cody Devontae Rhodes Invitational, because my boy won 2 back to back.
Right, yeah.
He ain't even got to do it no more.
Put some respect on his name.
Put some respect on that man's name, Ray Williams. But speaking of names, Ray. Now, can you come back out, Ray? Because I'm asking a question directly to you, Ray Williams.
Oh, all right.
And it's a simple question. You should know the answer, Ray.
Uh-oh.
Do you know?
Oh.
Yeah.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin?
The Muffin Man?
Yes, the Muffin Man. I'm with Chris. CM Punk wins the Rumble, punches his ticket to WrestleMania. I think we're going to get some cool sequences when we get down to like the last little grouping, particularly the Final Four. Like I think we'll have a point where Punk eliminates Cena. Like Cena's so close to cashing his ticket, and Punk eliminates Cena kind of as a tip of the cap to their rivalry. I think Cena will eventually get his shot, but I don't think he gets it through the Rumble. I think Punk wins the Rumble. Cena finds his way through another stipulation.
Right.
And again, I'm kind of going off. I think surprise again.
Go back to the post.
Long shot.
Remember where the faces were.
A long shot surprise. Y'all want to go big? Then say that, and then everybody just go. That's my long shot surprise. But as far as the winner,
Carmelo Hayes.
That's another one.
No, I think Hendry's gonna be in it.
No. Ray talking about people that surprise entrance is gonna be in it that win. You mean
I think Hendry's gonna be a surprise.
Yeah, Hendry's in the Rumble. He's in the fucking Rumble for sure. And he just won the title too. He's in the Rumble.
Yeah, I think as far as who's going to actually win it, although I do want to lean CM Punk, man, the last time is now. I think Cena is going to find a way to get it done. Okay. And he's going to cash it in on TNA Final Resolution.
Oh, come on, man. I was actually about to fix my lips to give you credit for saying Cena was going to win, because that was a pick within the realm of possibility. That was
congruent, Ray.
Yeah, that was a realistic, grounded in reality pick. But then you have to go ruin it by saying he's going to cash in for the TNA title, man. No one is going to ever
the game, Ray.
I'm joking.
Okay.
I do think he's gonna win though. But
he said TNA Final Resolution.
Yeah.
This man Ray.
I do think that he's gonna end up winning, and I think that he is gonna I think that he is gonna pick Slim Walt.
Okay. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say damn. Hold on. Wow, I don't know why they're so different because I'm trying to like think about like all the different possibilities in the champions and shit. You know what? I'm gonna say that Roman Reigns wins the Royal Rumble.
Okay, that's a good pick.
And caveat, Roman is going to challenge Cody.
Yeah.
3 years in a row. But caveat, CM Punk's cashing in that favor with Paul Heyman, and he gets added to the match. Triple threat: Roman, Punk, Cody, WrestleMania.
Yeah, under normal circumstances,
that's how you're supposed to cook, Ray.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't agree with that scenario, but you got 3 huge ass fucking egos in the same company, and it's very. And they're all equally as over
Chris,
as the next one.
Hey, Chris, real quick, before you continue your point, imagine Roman being like, okay, telling Triple H, you know what? I'm going to do y'all a favor. I'm going to be in the Rumble this year and think he ain't winning that shit.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, but I mean, the top, and this is a good place for WWE to be in too. The top 3 guys in that company are as over as each other, you know, like you can't say that Cody Rhodes, you can make an argument for all 3 of them being the most over guys in that company. You really realistically can. Yeah. So I could totally see Triple H saying, why don't we just put all 3 of them in the same match? You know, that's not out of the realm for me.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the route that they go. I think
all these guys' chances gonna be through the roof if that match comes to fruition, because they can't go. Let's go, Cody, CM Punk when you got 3 people. So what we gonna do with all these guys?
I think Roman's gonna win, and then
I like what Nephew cooked up right there.
Punk is gonna be like, fuck, like I didn't win, so let me go cash in that favor with Paul. Paul gonna get him in that match, and then it's gonna be the 3-way. With Roman, Cody, and Punk. And I couldn't tell you who's gonna win, but I'm gonna just say Cody. I'm gonna just say Cody.
That's a hell of a match.
That should be crazy. But okay, so that's main event night too. What the fuck is happening? Slim Walt getting the night 1 with Cena?
Slim Walt Cena. Look, if Slim Walt Cena is your sorry, Ray, your lesser main event, that's a damn good WrestleMania.
To your point, you talk about Cena like he probably had to go in to get it another way, Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
Chamber.
Yeah, I think it's chamber to me, because I feel like if Cena achieves getting into the Rumble or getting into Mania through the Rumble, it's too easy almost.
Yeah,
we need to see him. Like again, this man told you he been on a losing streak. He lost to Austin Theory of all people, the man that goes to bed at night praying that he has Carmelo Hayes' spot. That's who Cena lost to on these streets. So I feel like he's got to have like one more taste of adversity, Chris, and then it's like Elimination Chamber is your last shot, dog.
Yeah. And I do think and I wasn't joking earlier when I said I think Cena's getting some of those wins back. I don't know when he's beating Austin Theory. I just know he is.
Just do it now. Like
I don't know when he's beating Solo Sikoa. I just know he is.
That's a Solo something enough, right?
But he's getting some of those wins back to kind of redeem that part of him. And I think that and the one thing I do like about Andrew's scenario with the 3 top faces in that company squaring off against each other is it does make it a little bit more realistic for a guy like Gunther to main event at WrestleMania for the belt. I just because my whole thing is I just didn't see it happening with those 3 and them splitting up the main events and shit. Like, I just didn't see it happen.
You reading too much into the poster. You ain't see the true vision, Chris.
Right.
Gunther can find a way. Gunther can find a way.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think I've heard anybody predict that yet, Andrew. I think that is a good prediction for the three-way. I don't know if that's the route they're gonna do, but it would certainly create a buzz. Maybe not
For
quite
Vegas
like last
2-8.
year where they had The Rock involved, but I think with the three of them, that's enough to kind of manufacture that kind of feeling without bringing in somebody like The Rock.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, do y'all think? Oh, you go ahead, bring my phone.
I was just gonna say real quick. I think when you did mention like Punk Punk winning the Rumble and then Cena winning Chamber, I think those could be interchangeable. I think out of those two, whoever doesn't win the Rumble is going to win the Elimination Chamber. I don't know about Roman necessarily being in the Elimination Chamber if he doesn't win, but we'll see what happens with that.
No, Roman got a one match specialty per year contract. He like, look, y'all either getting me for Rumble, Elimination Chamber, or War Games. Don't ask me to do shit else. I ain't when you get one of those per year. Don't ask me to do shit else. But, hey, y'all got the over or the under on Stone Cold Steve Austin doing something. Mania 41.
Yeah. He is based in Vegas and in LA, so he's based in both places. I don't think he really cares about doing anything about. The one thing I'll say about Stone Cold Steve Austin is the guy is happy with his life at the moment. Like, and I can't say that about too many former wrestlers. Like this dude seems to really be enjoying his lot in life. So I don't know if that's a desire that he has, and he just turned 60. You know,
I think there is one thing that could bring Stone Cold Steve Austin back for WrestleMania, Andrew, and it's crazy because you know. When you see somebody doing something that you do, but you also do it better, and you're a better person than that person, sometimes it stirs something up inside of you. Sometimes it make you want to get a little nefarious, Ray Williams. I think WrestleMania this year, we see the ending of the partnership with Real American Beer and the beginning, Chris, of a partnership with the Broken Skull.
Yeah, and I've never had Real American Beer. I'm never having it. The Broken Skull, the Broken Skull beer is very, very good. It's the one that I had was I don't know if they've got different versions.
Some of those IPAs.
Yeah, it was a pale ale. It was an IPA. It was very good. It has kind of like a sweet tint. It's not sweet, but it's got a sweetness to it that makes it very, very good. It's one of the better pale ales I've had, and I'm being real with it.
Bro, I am fascinated by Dr. Healy, man. This dude's a beer connoisseur as well.
That's what I'm saying. We got one more idea for Nefarious. We're gonna have Chris like sampling wrestling beers.
I'm not drinking all American beer. I'm not drinking.
I swear to God, I will be getting at least 5 screenshots of Chris with the real
American beer.
Because like the Stone Cold beer was easy for me to buy because they were selling it. Because on his show he said that they sell it at Total Wines and Brew. So I just went to Total Wines.
Anything in Total Wine.
Yeah, and it was
low key. Total Wine is the spot.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing about that Total Wine lifestyle, Ray Williams.
No, I don't.
You get you a 4-piece tender from Total Wine. Get you a little.
Wash it down with a little Merlot. You straight for the night, Ray.
Right.
But yeah, I think to me that would be the involvement of Stone Cold at WrestleMania. Either something like promoting his beer or just like a legend segment, like nothing major. We ain't getting no match.
Stunning someone, you know.
Stunning somebody, Oh, that's how they announce Broken Skull beer. He comes out and stuns Terry. Like, get that trash ass beer out of here.
Hey Chris, what young talent on the roster is taking a stunner from Austin at Mania?
That's a good question.
Carmelo.
I can see Mello.
Don't do that, Nate.
Austin Theory.
Don't do that,
He said,
Nate.
don't even put that out there in the universe.
No, if Nate didn't say it, I was gonna say it anyway. But yeah, I see Bello, I see Austin Theory. Honestly, they love having Austin stun black dudes. So I mean,
he's not wrong though.
He
stuns everybody, but he does stun like I wouldn't say disproportionate amount, right? But he does. He's not Brock Lesnar. Steve Austin is not Brock Lesnar, but he does. We do notice who he stuns.
Yeah.
That's true.
Like that Booker T stunner was egregious that time. I think
right.
Like the GM
because they had Booker T being. I was at that WrestleMania. That was the one in Atlanta. Like they made Booker T so ignorant in that segment that you wanted to see his ass get stunned. But it was. I still didn't like it. You know, it was like what I hated the most about that stunner is the next day on not on Raw but on SmackDown. Maybe it was Raw. I don't know. But Booker T was on commentary saying, I deserve that stunner, dog. I should have sat my ass down. It's like, the fuck, man? You say you deserve the stunner and shit. And they had Xavier Woods do the same thing. He got his ass stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he was happy he got fucking stunned. I'm like, what the hell? This nigga's just like getting abused by this redneck. It's like,
it's out of love, Chris. It's out of love.
It's out of love, man. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. Both times they got stunned, it was after both times both of those guys doing very ignorant shit and getting stunned for their troubles.
Yeah,
you mentioned Booker T, man, but Booker and Ray both be loving some Cora Jade, but Booker T be on commentary every time Cora Jade come out. I swear to God, Booker T be like, she's a bad little sister.
All Booker T is doing is broadcasting Ray's intrusive thoughts.
I'm telling, hey, bro, Booker T be saying some wild shit. Like when Lola Vice comes out, he be like, I need some of that Cholula greed. and I was like, I had went to go look it up. I was like, what is Cholula greed? That's some hot sauce.
Yeah,
it's a bottle of hot sauce. Cholula greed. Hey, hold on, hey Ray. Pull up your Cora J tweet right now, bro. Right now.
Why you gotta put me on the spot?
No, don't pull that out, Ray. Don't pull it.
We supposed to be the new school. See,
I'm sure Ray was very respectful.
Sometimes they be your own people.
Hey, Nate, that's exactly what I was about to say. I don't want people thinking Ray was out here, wilding. Ray didn't say nothing crazy, people. He was just being funny. It was a funny joke. Don't please.
There is some truth to all jokes, though. Let's just say that. I'm Ray. I'm just saying, it's a kernel.
Let it snow.
In every joke, brother. I ain't gonna tell Dr. Umar he don't watch this podcast.
Well, but hey, I already got doggone Brandon from New Jersey. I think he's acting as he acts as the proxy for Dr. Umar. And he goes out and judges me. So
if Dr. Umar ever heard that Brandon from New Jersey was his proxy, he ain't dead, but he would die, turn over in his grave, and then come back to life.
Dr. Umar is a MAGA now. So
really.
Yeah, he could have. I was listening to on YouTube, but like you,
grift is gonna grift,
right? Yeah, it's the horseshoe theory with those guys. It's like when you're kicking out populist messaging, it's very easy for them to like converge, right? That's what happened to TYT. That's what happened with Umar Johnson.
You don't understand, Chris Ely. The orange man was the original man on this planet from which all other life form was birthed.
Right, yeah.
Educate yourself, doctor.
Yeah.
Nate, I need to hear your favorite Dr. Umar phrase. I need to hear it.
He's got a bunch of them.
He's got a bunch of them. I think my favorite thing about Umar is when he tells brothers that they need to lash themselves. Because I'm like, this. What is he doing? 10 lashes.
Yeah.
It's 13 lashes now, Emmanuel Acho.
Yeah.
We know what you did with Joy Taylor, Emmanuel Acho.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We ain't getting into that. Skip Bayless. Use the dirty dog, Skip Bayless.
Hey, Skip, you want to know what's so crazy? People glossed over Skip.
Yes.
They like Skip a wild boy.
Skip saw the headlines. He was like Homelander, like that Homelander gift when Homelander's like, oh, this is it for me, right? And then everybody's like, hey, we don't care. And he's like, all right, yeah, Ernestine,
Right.
we did it.
I was surprised at the girl, as she's saying, Joy was like telling her to get over it, because I've met Joy and I didn't get that impression that she was that kind of person. So but yeah, that crazy stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that one broke my heart, man.
Man, the thing I kept saying was they kept like pulling up old videos of Acho.
Yeah,
he was like telling Joy like, oh, she's the greatest coworker I've had.
Oh yeah,
I was like, come on, bruh. Like, what is it?
I mean,
don't worry about Marcellus Wiley. We'll kick him off of the show soon.
Right. So sometimes these thirsty ass commentators like Ocha, it's like they wear on their sleeve that they're trying to get in where they fit in. You know, it's like you can't even be subtle about it, dude. Like, you know, you gotta be obvious. You gotta be salivating at the mouth, talking about how great Joy is and all this.
Now, Chris, what we need to do right now is have an uncomfortable conversation about the way you're addressing my friend, one of the preeminent sports broadcasters in America, Joy Taylor, someone who always has good facts, Andrew Thompson. She always keeps us abreast of the situation. Who said breast? She always keeps us informed about the situation. Like, come on, Acho. Come on, brother. You ain't look, you slick, Acho, you ain't that damn slick.
Right.
Hey, bro. Man. I just saw that I just saw the Buffalo beat Baltimore, so these conversations. Hey, so when Lamar Jackson wins the MVP and they give it to him in February, I already know these conversations about the Lord have mercy. God bless him.
DEI MVP if you ask me.
DEI MVP.
Like, what does that even mean?
Bro, did y'all see that video? I know we gonna have to end the show at some point sometime soon, but did y'all see that video of the guy that Trump appointed to be he's supposed to be like leading like the military? He was like asking him like questions. He was like, do you think that, can you admit that Trump that Trump lost the election in 2020? He was like, he would not. That guy, and they was bringing up like this motherfucker was like had like beat his ex-wife or something like shit like that. He had gotten like, and he had some other trouble.
That's what's the guy's name? I'm blanking.
It's like Hagslef. Like
Hagslef.
Oh yeah, Pete Hagslef.
Yeah, Pete Hagslef. Bro, they was calling him out on so much stuff, and he was just dancing around every question.
At this point, it's all political theater right now. Even with the Democrats, the guy's getting confirmed to whatever position. Yeah. Trump wants to confirm him too. You could play this fucking game with them all you want to. I don't know what it means for anybody. Like, the Democrats just need to work on winning in 2026 and work on winning in but they got to think about 2026 first, man. Like, we are starting from scratch. Like, it's unbelievable, man. And we're fighting against motherfuckers like Nelly.
That shit is crazy. Snoop, Soulja Boy, Rick Ross.
Well, Soulja Boy, who cares about it? Well, who cares about Nelly too? Cool.
Damn, Chris.
I mean,
but you might know the crazy thing about Snoop though. It's like Snoop don't need the money. He just wanted to do that shit. But Snoop hosted the fucking Olympics. You know what I'm saying? He could probably wipe his ass with the money that he got from hosting the Olympics. Snoop just wanted to. And then the crazy thing is, Snoop is the same motherfucker that was calling people out, calling people coons and all this stuff when they voted for Trump the first time. He was calling out Kanye and all these people. He was getting on Trump on Twitter when he didn't respond appropriately to George Floyd's murder, and then now you performing for this motherfucker.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing with Snoop is Trump pardoned one of his homeboys who was, I don't know if he was in jail or something was going on with him, and Trump pardoned him. So a lot of those rappers and people like that, they think about politics on a micro level. They're not thinking about the macro. They're thinking about themselves and their relationship with politics. Right. And the fact that Trump pardoned his homie, that automatically made Trump from a heel to a face. You know, that's what and Snoop understands. This is my friend, and Trump pardoned him. So all you Negroes need to put up with this crap because of that, you know?
Yeah. No, that's true though. That's true.
It's a sad state of affairs, but you know, this is our reality. And that's the thing too, is like in politics, especially in the hip hop community, there's a lot of these people who do not want to be associated with a loser, right? They rather they're jumping on the Trump bandwagon because Trump won, you know, and it's like we want to be associated with the guy that won. There's no good reason,
especially one of the greatest rappers in the game right now, Roseanne Barr. She got that hot new single.
Right. Yeah.
Have you seen that, Chris?
I saw it. Yeah.
Come on, Rose. Look, you know you're doing something wrong, Roseanne, when you make me want to turn your song off and turn on that LeAngelo Ball again, because that is fire compared to what you do.
Swerving on the corner. Whoa,
hey.
That song like that, I ain't gonna lie. I like that song.
And here's the thing, because nephew, I know you know deep down in your heart that song ain't really like that, but that chorus, that hook, that hook is like that. The rest of the song might not as well even be there, but that damn hook, he showed up for that.
Yeah, he definitely did. That shit crazy.
I had a conversation with my friend at work the other day. He was like, "What you think about that LeAngelo joint?" I was like, "You know, that hook kind of catchy." He's like, "Yeah, it's a good song though, right?" And I'm like, "I don't think it is." He's like, "But that hook though, like, yeah, that hook though, dog." It's like,
hey, Nate, you better hope LeVar don't ever hear you say that. You don't think that full song.
You know what, LeVar? If we need to hash out our differences, we can do it on the Nefarious Media Network.
Hey, bro, well, you want to know what I know in all seriousness? How has no reporter ever asked LaMelo about saying the N-word on Raw?
Yes.
Nobody has ever asked
that. That wouldn't be my first question, but just me being me, like if I ever interview LaMelo Ball, it's coming up.
I would ask him, you know, like again, I'm not about to be like, okay, let's start question one, but I would work my way to that.
That was such a horrible era of wrestling that I don't know if they were watching it.
The way LeVar Ball ran down to the ring to fight the Miz, come on, man. The level of buffoonery that was on display was immaculate.
Yeah, I don't know if I was reading a column by Bill Plaschke that week that LeVar, dude said the N-word on Raw, and Plaschke was like, even WWE had to apologize for it. I'm like, dude, you obviously don't watch wrestling if you're taking if you're acting like WWE is the good guys in this situation. Anyway.
Shout out to future WWE Hall of Famer LeVar Ball.
Right.
When you think about it, bro, we are like in some of like the wildest times, like in fucking the last 20. Bro, Elon Musk is about to have a place in the White House, bro. Like, what the fuck is happening, bro? Shit is getting wicked out here, bro.
Ray,
it's been wicked, but it's
bad news. John Way just texted me. We're gonna have to turn in that Lexus, but they're gonna bring you a brand new Tesla, brother.
Okay. At Tesla Ray.
One of them Cybertrucks, Ray.
Okay. By the way, time out, Nate. Why Ray always get the company car?
I mean,
what's up with that, bruh?
So here's the thing, nephew. I ain't want to pull back the curtain on the company secrets, but you know, in order to get Ray hit post wrestling, you know, I had to negotiate with John and Way. You know, make sure it was in the payroll, it was in the budget. And so what they said was, hey, John has this Lexus, but he needs to wash it every third Sunday. And I was like, well, right now, Ray riding a Toyota Corolla, he could use some better transportation when he out on these streets trying to drive by Cora Jade's house, like allegedly. And John was like, well, if Ray washes the Lexus, we will allow him to use the Lexus on the weekends. And that's how Ray got the company car.
Hold on, hey Ray, show your post contract on the screen right now. I want to see. I want to see the Lexus note. I want to see the benefits. I want to see all that because Ray got some extra incentives he ain't telling us about.
Hey, I would show it if I could, but I'm under a strict NDA.
Oh my God, bro.
Man, Canadian NDAs are stronger than American NDAs. That's what I hear.
Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie. This might be the fastest 4-hour NWA podcast we did.
I think we might need to start winding down.
Yeah, let's start.
Chris is like, hey, dog, I love the show, but it's dinner time.
I know.
Me and my people's have been through some rough times lately. I need to relax. So we feel you on that, Doc.
One of my favorite moments when we was going like 5 hours and Chris's wife came in the room and like slid his dinner plate.
If Chris could wait 5 hours to eat, you couldn't even wait 2 hours to eat, Ray. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. We know you're thirsty, but you ain't got to be hungry too, Ray. Come on, Ray Williams.
Man, just unprofessional eating on the job and shit. Come on,
unprofessional, Ray. Is this the attitude you bringing into the nefarious era, Ray?
This is why I got the car and you don't, nephew. I'm a professional, okay? I don't call people out on that.
This the attitude we bring into the nefarious era, Ray.
Oh my goodness. Hey, bro.
Let's start winding down because Chris needs to eat, man. Come on now. This is like why I got to eat dinner at 10 o'clock at night every third Sunday of the month. Like Terrence Howard, it's not right. It's not fair.
See, Chris, I would share my snacks with you if I could, brother. I will reach it up to you if I could.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
What you eat, Ray?
Oh no, I just had a handful of mixed nuts. That's all.
You know what, Ray? Look, Ray, you should have when he said what you eating, Ray. You should have said these nuts. That like there was a perfect.
Come on, man.
Perfect opportunity for a joke right there. Dip into your MJF bag on that one. But I think here's the thing about Ray Williams.
Literally,
before we wrap up. By the way, we do need to get that Shawn Michaels clip from the last month NWA podcast because that was insane when we all saw Shawn Michaels' signature. But Ray, I think what is going on here, brother? You know, when we're talking about all this stuff, man, when we're talking about what you eating on during the show, what you sipping on during the show, I have noticed ever since that incident with the teapot, you ain't had no tea in a long time, brother.
That is true.
You don't drink tea no more, Ray?
But that man teapot was in the background about to jump off the stove.
And then an hour later, Ray was so sleepy off the tea, he falling asleep on the damn show.
Ray put a motherfucking NyQuil in the tea. Crazy, man.
But yeah, speaking of going to bed, we got to go to bed here. We're going to put this show to bed. That's what you call a transition, Ray Williams. So, again, we want to shout out everybody that watched live here tonight. I know it's been a busy night. Keep it locked here on Post Wrestling because I'm sure the post shows are up now for GCW as well as TNA, where we saw a new champion, that man Joe Hendry in the building, future Royal Rumble winner. But we got to get out of here. We got a big day tomorrow. The first episode 0 of Nefarious Media is going to drop as well tomorrow, probably between 3 and 4. A live edition of the parlay will go down with myself, Ray Williams, Brittany Monet, and Steve Willie. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. We're going to feed some ducks on the pond. If you know what we was talking about when we talk about feeding ducks on the pond, if you watch episode 1 of the parlay, you know it ain't no joke when we get to that pond, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go around the horn one last time. Ray Williams, a professional through and through, a man of many talents, a man that has always got a lot of nutrients.
Jade is opinion.
And well, I was gonna say he got a lot of nutrients in his body because he likes to drink that milk that does a body good. That's a body good, Ray. So let the people know what you got going on, man, where they can find you on socials. Anything else you got to say before we leave this week?
First off, calcium makes my bones strong.
Phrasing.
Stop.
This is unprofessional, Ray Williams.
Hey, bro. See, hey, man. See, John and Wade about to drive there. Come get the car back. They about to come get the car back.
Barry Darso about to be at your door, ready to repo that thing, Ray.
Repo me. But yes, as the name mentioned, it will be the relaunch and the rebranding of Nefarious Media Network. And to go along with that, there will be a rebranding of the SBF podcast. We are switching over from Spinning Blackfish, myself and Chichi Okafor, the maestro herself. We're switching over from Spinning Blackfish podcast to Styles Break Fights podcast. We will be recording that this coming week, and we will have a special guest, the one, the only, the P of post wrestling, Brother John Pollock.
It's official. It's official. We can announce it.
It is official, as Brother Adam Pierce would say. It is official.
That's how you start the year off, Ray Williams.
So,
man.
In addition to that, I have been also been invited for the first time as a guest on a podcast. The good brothers over there at POSTmarks, Brother Bruce and Brother David, have invited me, and you should be hearing that if you are subscribed to the Post Cafe Patreon. You'll be hearing me coming up soon on that particular podcast as well. So if you want to find me,
you mentioned David before you finish, Ray. You mentioned David. Shout out to that man, David, who was supposed to be a guest this month, but because of our schedules and time and Nefarious eating up so much of my schedule, I never got back to David in the time that I was supposed to. So David did not make it this month. We will have David on the show in the future. I feel like, Chris, this might end up being like a running gag, like rerun, trying to get on the Arnell Hill show. Like David, you're gonna be on the show. Just wait for it, baby. Every time David's in the audience, it's like, David, when have you been on the NWA podcast? Never. No, David, how many times has Chris and Nate invited you on the podcast? Hundreds of times. How many times have you been on the podcast? None. And what happens if you try to sneak on the NWA podcast, Chris? You might get sprayed. That ain't gonna happen, but we will have David. We apologize. I apologize. We will have you on the show in the future, brother.
He's our resident Matt Damon, right?
Yes, our resident Matt Damon. and again, talking about Nefarious, Chris, how we can have different opinions and ideas, but still have a respectful conversation. David's somebody that served in the George W. Bush White House. And I've had several respectful political conversations with him. So it can be done, America. It can be done if you do it in good faith.
Indeed. Indeed. And also, if you want to follow me on social media, you can find me on Instagram at X/Twitter at MondoDondo1, and you can find me on Blue Sky at Two-Way Ray.
Nephew, what you got going on besides celebrating in these streets for the Washington Commanders, brother?
Woo,
man! It's been an interesting 3 months. Last 3 months, man. But it's everything is all smooth and dandy now, and I'm about to get back on this post writing grind like I usually am, going crazy ass. So I'm excited about getting back into the mix of that. Hopefully I get back into the interviews thing. I was supposed to have something with another stardom talent, but I was busy, so I couldn't get that done. I couldn't dedicate the time to the research like I usually want to. So hopefully I get back into the interviews and all that stuff, and then also I will you know what I'm saying, be a part of this Nefarious Media, this new launch, the rebranding. I'm excited to be a part of this and see what see what doors I can sneak into, brother Nate. I'm gonna try to, you know what, I don't know nothing about MCU, but you know, I might pop in, I might watch something. You know what I'm saying? I might watch something, try to pop in, but yeah, I'm excited about that. Excited about getting back, like fully getting back into writing. And yeah, man, we're gonna turn up to 2025, have a good old time.
Telling you, that's the youngest in charge right there. Hashtag geek. Put it on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird. And we will be having
only one more year, Nate.
Only one more year before Chinyere Okafor becomes the new Yeet. Like Shuri taking over for T'Challa, except Andrew ain't got to pass away. RP to the brother Chadwick Boseman. But I think, you know, when you talk about this man, Andrew Thompson, he is a part of Nefarious Media. Yes, he's on the poster. He might be Gunther creeping in from the side, but Andrew gonna be there when Nefarious goes live tomorrow. The nephew is part of the team, ladies and gentlemen. He's all Nefarious, if you will. And speaking of which, Chris Ely, the brother that has been here with us at the Kings of Sport Network for a minute. On the eve of Nefarious Media launching, Chris. So anything you got to say to the people, anything you want to promote, let it be known, my man.
Okay, so I've got a lot to say, so I'm gonna try to like condense it as much as I can. These last few weeks have been very, very, very stressful for me with the fires and seeing like my friends lose houses, like my friends' parents lose houses, people who've had houses out here for like 50, 60, 70 years, their stuff just burned down to the ground. And then the fact that my place only missed it by a few blocks. I don't know if you y'all saw that. I don't know if you saw it, Nate, but I posted a picture on my Facebook page of my wife took of the fires, and they're like literally just a couple blocks away from us. And it's been very, very scary stuff. Psychologically, it's messed with me. I've been just it's one of those things where you don't know exactly what to do or where to like store your feelings, right? So I've just been given as much as I can to whoever I could give it to if I knew that they were suffering, because I do have a little bit of survivor's guilt, if that makes sense, you know, like the fact that, you know, our place didn't get hit, but other people who I know and love got hit, and it does make you feel a certain way. And driving around Pasadena into the ruins that where houses used to be, houses full of love and joy and, you know, good times and good memories and stuff, and now not seeing stuff there anymore. It's fucked with me like crazy. And then I've had people, you know, who in the middle of this time, guys, me going through this shit, and me being public about going through this stuff, asking me for money that aren't going through anything. Hey, do you got $20 for like a value meal and shit like that? And I'm over here like, you know, trying to help people out that are really, really suffering, me and my wife, you know. It's been rough. It like I said, this is fucked with me like nothing else before. I can't even explain it. It happened the day that these fires started happening. Me, Nate, and Ray had just got done doing an episode of Kings of Sport, and we were just shooting the shit like we do after shows normally. And my wife comes in the room and says, hey, we might have to leave because these fires are getting close. And you know, all we hear is sirens and wind and all this other crap. It was a weird day. It's been a weird month. but I'm glad to be on the other side of it. Hopefully, prayerfully, if anything, if this month has taught me anything, it's that the people I love are more important than any of this material shit, like you guys, my family, my friends, all the people in the post universe, all of you people that listen to us, I care about y'all more than I care about all this sentimental shit, man. And for me, the only thing that was important to me during that week was just my wife and me leaving in one place. I don't give a fuck all the Jordans, computers, TVs, fuck all that shit, man. As long as I left here with my wife, that's what's important to me, right? So thank you for all the messages. It really means a lot to me. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little emotional talking about this, but it's been a pain. It really hasn't been easy to deal with. I'm trying to laugh, and this show gives me an outlet. And it means a lot to me, but yeah, this has been rough, man. And I'm sure I'm not the only person from this area that feels like that. So just say what say a little prayer, give what you can, and just think about us, man, because we like, people are going through it. Like I said, I didn't get it as bad as other people did, but like, from a psychological perspective, it's been sad. So with that said, follow me on the Twitter, the Blue Sky and all that. KM Easy does it. Yeah, appreciate you all. Thanks.
No doubt, no doubt.
Salute, thank you for that.
Is that good man, Hansi?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Salute.
Thanks, Hansi. Appreciate it.
Good to Hansi, man.
Always a good one out there. So here's the thing. First of all, as Chris said, man, if you do have the time to donate, the finances to donate to our brothers and sisters out in LA going through this, like, I'm sure they would appreciate it, man. Because again, times like these are when we as Americans are supposed to band together, and we're supposed to look out for our neighbors. We're supposed to look out for our fellow citizens. So if you can, we'd appreciate it. If you can't, at least do your part in promoting the goodwill and not propagating lies, not propagating misinformation, disinformation, not starting metaphorical fires while people are still dealing with the fallout from real, actual, literal fires. That's something you can do even if you can't donate.
Yeah.
But in terms of me, come on, y'all know where I'm at. Y'all know where I'm gonna be. Nefarious Media tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Ain't no more time to prepare. Ain't no more time to plan. We are back and better than ever with Nefarious Media. So again, the schedule goes like this. Tomorrow morning, at some point, I haven't decided if I wanted to be like 7 o'clock and I'll auto schedule it, or if I want it to be 9 o'clock and I'll wake up and post it. One of those, it'll happen tomorrow morning before noon. The first edition of the Nefarious Media Network, the first show, the first program on the network will be episode 0. And it's myself, Ray, Andrew, and Chris talking about this step that we're taking together with the rest of the team and the journey of Nefarious and what we hope to promote through Nefarious Media, talking about them 3 T's, not Tony, not Michael Jackson and them little nephews, but we talking about thoughtfulness, we talking about truthfulness, and we talking about getting turned up, because that's what we do at Nefarious Network. For me, in the number 8 MOZAIK is where you can find me on Twitter. Nate Mosaic 757 is where you can find me on Blue Sky. Again, the Patreon for 1 month only. Normally it's $5 gets you in the door. This time the door is a little bit more open because $2.50, half off, will get you in the door. So I don't know how many people are watching right now live, Ray, but if everybody's watching, man, if y'all want to help us out on this journey, if y'all want to give us a boost, if y'all want the wind to be at our backs when we launch Nefarious, if you got the time and you got the dime, we would appreciate the $2.50 before Chris has to end up buying all those subs after Omos wins the world title and John Cena shows up on TNA. But before then, if y'all can help out with the $250, we'd appreciate that. If you can't do that, that's okay. That's cool. There are other ways you can support us, man. Share the shows with your friends. Share the links with your friends. Subscribe to the YouTube page. Subscribe to the Facebook page, man. All of it right now is still under the banner of the Kings of Sport, but over the course of this week, everything will transition to Nefarious. Tomorrow, we're going to launch our Nefarious Media Blue Sky page. We have the TikTok up. The TikTok, I believe, has already transitioned to Nefarious Media. They tried to kill it, but it's back again. It's kind of like TNA, TikTok and TNA, two companies that cannot die. And so, again, like everybody else has said, man, this is a big day for us. This is a big step for us. It is the Into the Spider-Verse moment. Ray Williams, and no, I'm not talking about Shamik Moore being a creep to his co-star, being a little weird around his co-star. I'm talking about the Into the Spider-Verse moment where Peter B. Parker, spoiler alert if you ain't seen this movie, they are trying to stop the Kingpin's evil plan, Ray Williams, and Peter Parker and Miles Morales. They trying to do what they got to do, but one of them got to go. One of them got to go home. And it's Peter Parker that has to go home to his wife and his life that he's built in New York City. And Peter Parker's like, I don't know if I can do this, dog. And Miles Morales turning the tables on Peter Parker, who was the mentor. The mentee has become the mentor. The student has become the teacher. He looks at Peter B. Parker, like, hey, man, you just got to take a leap of faith. And that's what we're doing with Nefarious. We're taking a leap of faith, man. We're not contracted. We're not signed up with any big-time company. We're not signed up with any big-time network. We're doing this DIY. Chris is Gargano. I'm Ciampa on these streets. Okay, we doing this DIY, ladies and gentlemen. We because we believe in what we're doing here at Nefarious. We believe that most people, most rational thinking people, want to have these conversations in a thoughtful manner, in a truthful manner, and get turned up while we're doing it. Most people don't want to listen to lies, listen to falsehoods, listen to people that are stirring up division, stirring up contention amongst people. That's what we believe. You know, maybe we're wrong, but I don't believe we're wrong. I believe, like I said, we are going to win in whatever form winning takes for us. And on top of that, Ray Williams, we got some shooters in the lineup. We got some killers. We're talking about Brittany Monet. We're talking about Steve Willie. We're talking, if y'all ain't heard Jennifer Smith, y'all ain't ready for Jennifer Smith. Jennifer Smith is a beast on these microphones, and they part of Nefarious. Chinyere Okafor. Y'all don't know. 21, 22 years old. Chinyere Okafor got next. She gonna be the Yick next year when Andrew turns 30 and his knees start going bad.
Yick in training.
Andrew ain't gonna hold on to the title of Yick as long as Athena held on to the RH title though. He gonna do his best for business and put Chinyere over here. That ain't gonna do it like that. But yeah, we got so many good people here, man, that's working hard. Again, if you are a podcaster or somebody who has wanted to get into podcasting, you don't have to know about sports or wrestling. What is your passion? What speaks to you? Maybe you want to do a true crime show. Maybe you want to do a cooking show. Maybe you want to do a show about relationships. We can do all that here at Nefarious Media. So again, if you tired of your podcast producer that's all in the video, if you tired of your producer that's all in the edits, come to Nefarious Media. That's all I'm saying. Because sometimes you got to do the wrong thing the right way in order to get the right outcome. And that's what nefarious means. Because if you look at a dictionary, Chris, nefarious is something bad, something illegal, something shady. But sometimes extreme measures must be taken in extreme moments. And for such a time as this, Ray Williams, you already said it, man. This is why we're here. This is what we've been grinding for the past 13 years. Y'all ain't hear me when I said that. This is what we've been grinding for the last 13 years. So we have put in the time. We have the talent. And like that man, John Cena, the childhood hero of R-Truth and Andrew Thompson. Let's not forget, Andrew Thompson wore the spinner belt to high school one time. I believe that was the story the nephew said. The time is now. The time is now to have these conversations. The time is now to start building these bridges. The time is now to start speaking truth to power. And that's what we're going to do here at Nefarious Media. Because all I got to say, last thing on Nefarious, and you can bring me out on this, Ray. Last thing I got to say about Nefarious Media Network that launches tomorrow, January 20th, MLK Day, Inauguration Day. All I got to say, ladies and gentlemen, is this is the time. This is the time for these conversations, man. We ain't scared. We ain't bought no dogs. We ain't hiding. We ain't throwing no rocks and hiding our hands. We're going to have these conversations with good people, man, with good people. And I'm excited to bring this to you, man. This is, again, like you can tell, Ray, I done got my fire back, Ray.
Yes, sir.
I done got my fire. And again, this don't mean I'm not going to be tired, because I'm going to be tired because the job don't give a damn about this little fire I got, Chris. The job is like, oh, you got a little fire in you? Oh, that's cute. We going to try to snuff it out. And believe me, they going to try to take this out of me by putting me on more hours. Again, I got to get eye surgery sometime this year, man.
Same here.
You know what I'm saying? Me and Chris, you know what I'm saying? We trying to find some time that we can get eye surgery taken care of. But the job, I already came to the conclusion, Ray. The job, it rents my body. The job, it rents my time from me. But my soul ain't for sale, Ray Williams.
Mm-hmm.
What I care about ain't for sale, Ray Williams. They can't buy that. There's not a price tag big enough for the job to have that. So that's why we going forward with Nefarious, man. We excited about this. And we going to try to change the podcast game, because there's a lot of great podcasts out there, but there's a lot of people out there talking straight bullshit, straight booty chatter, as Bubba Sparks would say, Ray Williams, on these podcast streets. And we're going to try to change the game in our way. And we're going to change the game by any means possible, Ray, even if those means happen to be nefarious. So, with that being said, we out. Ray's got to go to his weekly NXT Anonymous meeting. You got an addiction, brother. That's all I'm saying. You got an addiction. Some would call it a disease, Ray. But no, we appreciate everybody that stayed up until, what time is it, Ray? Like 12:30?
Hey, Nate, would you say that Ray's addiction and the NXT product are correlated?
Oh my God.
Look, here's how good that joke was, Ray. I was ready to boo him to get him back for my Carlos Boozer joke earlier. I wanted to boo him, Chris, but that damn pun was so. John Pollock would stand up and applaud for that pun. Correlated, Ray. You ain't got no way to come back from that. You finished, Ray. You done for this month, son.
Let's close the show.
But yeah, thank everybody for watching, man. We really appreciate y'all. Hey, Nefarious Media tomorrow. Do not forget it. Tune in. Check us out. Hey, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, all iHeartRadio. We on there, man. Right now, like I said, under the Kings of Sport banner, it will soon transition to Nefarious. If you can leave a 5-star review, we appreciate it. Even if you don't believe the review, leave us 5 stars and tell us you hate us. Leave us 5 stars and tell us you think Ray Williams got a weird case. Why is he around? Even if, I'm sorry, Ray. I was just ripping. Sometimes you get caught up in the air, Ray Williams, but I'm man enough to apologize for throwing you in that Baca category. He just likes a little dairy from time to time. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Ray Williams. We love you just the way you are, brother. So leave us some 5-star reviews, subscribe to us, man. Like support us, man. Like if y'all been rocking with us, if y'all want to continue rocking with us, man, let the people out there know what we got going on, what we cooking up here. So, oh yeah, let me shout out John Pollock and Wei Ting. We've mentioned them a lot tonight, but yeah, shout out to those guys. And again, real quick, Ray, speaking of Nefarious, I always have had the utmost respect for John and Wei.
Yes.
The process of the transition from Kings of Sport to Nefarious has given me another layer of respect for John and Wei, man. Because this whole process, again, I'm having fun with it. I'm having joy with it, Ray Williams, but it's nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking. It's like, damn, like, are we making the right move? Like, is this going to ultimately end up being a good thing, or are we just setting ourselves up for failure? And so it's like, I appreciate the fact that them two brothers went out and started something that now brings us to where we are today. And if we can recreate 10% of what John and Wei have done here with Post with Nefarious, man, I think we've done a hell of a job. Because John and Wei are two of the best in the business, man. Even if they did give Ray that bogus Lexus, we still love them brothers anyway, man. All day, every day. Salute to John and Wei. Salute to everybody here at Post Wrestling. Salute to Austin James for the cover art of this program. And salute to the man, our brother from Grapsody, Righteous Reg, the homie, for the theme song that you hear each and every month. And now with that, we clocked in at a brisk 458, Ray?
Yes.
Ooh, a brisk. We're going to make it under 5 hours. We're going to make it under 5 hours, y'all. So, for Ray Williams, for the nephew, the youngest in charge for now, Andrew Thompson, for the good Professor Chris Ely, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. And remember, tomorrow's Nefarious Media's launch day. Remember that. But also remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. We'll talk to y'all soon. Hit the damn button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring, we invested in. Nubian kings and queens, we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.